The morning I lost my family's hotel, I was polishing blood-colored wine out of a ballroom carpet with a bottle of discount club soda and a prayer I no longer believed would work. This is our story. Let's begin. That was the thing about dying legacies. They did not collapse all at once. They bled through the carpet. They cracked beneath marble. They hid inside unpaid invoices, folded neatly behind the front desk, behind smiles, behind fresh flowers I bought with my own money, because guests forgave a lot when the lobby still smelled like lilies. The Bennett Grand looked beautiful from the street. That was our specialty, beauty from a distance. Up close, the gold trim around the lobby columns had started to dull. The marble near the concierge desk had a thin crack running through it, like a vein beneath skin. Half the west wing was closed because the plumbing coughed rust whenever anyone dared turn on the old brass fixtures. The chandeliers still glittered above the lobby, but 3 bulbs had gone out last week and I had moved furniture carefully so no one would look up long enough to notice. I noticed everything, I always had. My grandfather used to say the hotel spoke to the people who loved it. That morning, it was screaming, "Rue!" I turned from the ballroom doorway and saw Mrs. Alvarez standing near the service hall with 2 folded sheets pressed to her chest. She had worked housekeeping here for 22 years, longer than some marriages, longer than my ability to pretend I was not terrified. Her smile was too careful. That meant she had something painful to say. "Tell me it's not the 3rd-floor laundry chute again," I said, forcing lightness into my voice. Her expression flickered. "No, sweetheart, it's payroll." The word hit harder than it should have. I glanced toward the lobby to make sure no guests were close enough to hear. There were only 2 at this hour. An elderly man reading a newspaper beneath the dead bulbs of the chandelier, and a woman in sunglasses pretending not to notice the coffee machine making a noise, like it wanted to die with dignity. I lowered my voice. "I'm handling it." Mrs. Alvarez's fingers tightened on the sheets. "That is what you said last Friday. And I meant it last Friday." "You always mean it." That was worse than accusation. That was pity. I hated pity almost as much as I hated banks. I looked past her, toward the portrait hanging above the side table near the staircase. My grandfather's eyes stared back at me from behind old glass, kind and stern and impossible to disappoint without feeling it in my ribs. Arthur Bennett. Founder, restorer, stubborn fool. The man who had bought a crumbling hotel when everyone told him to tear it down and build condos. The man who had raised me in these halls after my parents decided the city suited them better than responsibility. The man who taught me how to balance ledgers before I learned how to apply eyeliner. The man whose name was carved above the front doors. The man whose hotel I was failing to save. "I'm not letting anyone go without pay," I told Mrs. Alvarez. "I'll fix it." She looked at me the way people look at a candle burning at both ends and pretending it is the sun. "You need help, Rue." "I have help." "You have coffee and stubbornness. Both have kept empires alive." "That is not funny." It was a little funny. Her mouth twitched despite herself, but the sadness stayed in her eyes. The staff is scared. I knew that. I felt it every time I walked through the kitchen and the conversations died. Every time the front desk clerk pretended not to check the mail for another final notice. Every time a longtime guest asked, carefully, whether we were planning renovations, as if decay could be rebranded if the lighting was flattering. "I'll talk to everyone after breakfast," I said. "No panic, no rumors. We keep the doors open." Mrs. Alvarez touched my arm. "And you? What about me? Who keeps you open?" I almost laughed. Instead, I looked back at my grandfather's portrait. "I don't get to close." My phone rang before she could answer. The sound sliced through the ballroom like a blade. I glanced at the screen. First National Trust. My stomach turned so sharply I had to grip the back of a velvet chair. Mrs. Alvarez saw my face. "Rue? I'll be right back." I walked away before my voice could betray me. The service hallway smelled faintly of lemon cleaner, old wood, and stress. I pressed the phone to my ear and forced myself into the voice I used with lenders, inspectors, vendors, and men who thought speaking slowly made them powerful. "This is Rue Bennett." "Miss Bennett?" said a man I recognized from 3 months of bad news delivered politely. Mr. Hollis. Loan Department. Professional destroyer of mornings. I'm calling regarding the Bennett Grand. My fingers went cold. I sent the revised payment proposal yesterday. Yes, we received it. And there was a pause. It was the kind of pause people used before pushing someone off a cliff and pretending gravity was policy. I'm afraid the bank has already accepted an offer on the property. For 1 second, I heard nothing. Not the old pipes, not the elevator gears groaning behind the wall, not the clink of dishes from the kitchen. Just silence. White, blank, absolute silence. I'm sorry, I said, because my brain had rejected the sentence. What did you just say? The Bennett Grand has been sold. My hand tightened around the phone until the edge bit into my palm. That's impossible. The foreclosure proceedings allowed? No, you said I had until Friday. The deadline was moved after review. You can't move a deadline without telling me. Notice was sent to the legal address on file. The hotel is the legal address on file. Another pause. This one thinner. Meaner. Miss Bennett, the sale is final. Final. Such a small word for murder. My vision blurred around the edges, but I did not cry. I refused to give Mr. Hollis a single tear to file away with the rest of his documents. Who bought it? I'm not sure this is the appropriate. Who bought my hotel? His breath shifted. Then he said the name that made the hallway feel colder. Xander Romano. I went still. Everyone in the city knew that name. You did not have to follow business news. You did not have to whisper in expensive restaurants or read the society pages. Xander Romano was not the kind of man people discussed loudly, because loud things had a habit of getting broken around men like him. Billionaire. Hotel magnate. Real estate predator. Owner of half the city's nightlife, 2 luxury resorts, several private security firms, and, depending on which rumors you believed, enough underworld loyalty to make politicians forget their own signatures. A mafia king with clean hands in public and blood somewhere beneath the marble. No, I whispered. I understand this is difficult. No, you don't. Miss Bennett? You sold my grandfather's hotel to Xander Romano? The debt was significant. His offer was immediate and complete. Of course it was. And my voice finally cracked, not from weakness, but rage. Men like that don't buy things. They swallow them. I would advise you to remain professional. I laughed once. It sounded ugly. My family's legacy was sold out from under me before breakfast, Mr. Hollis. This is me being professional. I hung up before he could say another polite, useless thing. For a moment, I just stood there in the service hall, phone in my hand, breathing like the building had lost all its air. Sold. The Bennett Grand had been sold. Not saved, not refinanced, not given time, sold. I pressed one hand against the wall, against old wallpaper my grandfather had chosen because he said the pattern looked like something that belonged in a place where people came to fall in love, celebrate impossible things, and forget the world outside could be cruel. I wanted to apologize to him. To the portrait. To the chandelier. To every bride who had crossed the ballroom floor. To every guest who had written in our ledgers that the Bennett Grand felt like coming home. But apologies did not stop men like Xander Romano. Neither did grief. So I swallowed both. I straightened my blazer, wiped under my eyes even though nothing had fallen, and walked back toward the lobby. The staff must have seen something on my face, because the front desk went silent first. Then the bellman. Then Mrs. Alvarez by the ballroom doors. I opened my mouth. I did not know what would come out. Then tires whispered against the curb outside. One black car stopped in front of the hotel. Then another. Then a third. The lobby changed. Not physically. The chandelier still glittered with its missing bulbs. The marble still cracked beneath the morning light. The lilies still sat in their vase pretending the world had not ended. But the air sharpened. The elderly guest lowered his newspaper, The woman in sunglasses turned her head. Mrs. Alvarez moved closer to the front desk, and I stood in the center of my grandfather's lobby as the front doors opened. A man entered first in a dark suit, broad-shouldered and unsmiling. Security. Another followed with a leather folder. Lawyer. Then two more. Then him. Xander Romano walked into the Bennett Grand like the building had been waiting for permission to belong to him. He was younger than I expected. More beautiful than any man that dangerous had a right to be. Tall, composed, dressed in black with the kind of precision money could buy but fear maintained. His hair was dark, his jaw clean and sharp, his expression calm enough to be insulting. He did not look around with wonder. He assessed. The chandelier, the staircase, the front desk, the staff, me. When his eyes landed on mine, something cold moved through the room. Not fear, recognition, like a blade recognizing another blade. He paused 3 steps inside the lobby. I moved before anyone could stop me. Straight across the marble, straight into his path. He looked down at me, not surprised, not amused, not anything I could use. Miss Bennett, he said. My name in his voice sounded like a document already signed. I lifted my chin. Mr. Romano. His gaze flicked over my face, taking inventory of every crack I was refusing to show. Then he extended his hand. I looked at it. Expensive watch. Long fingers. Controlled stillness. The hand of a man who had never begged a bank for 7 more days. I did not shake it. Behind him, one of his lawyers shifted. Xander did not. His hand lowered slowly, and somehow that felt more dangerous than anger. Welcome to the Bennett Grand, I said. His eyes stayed on mine. Thank you. I smiled without warmth. Enjoy it while you can. One dark brow lifted slightly. Is that a threat? No. That's a warning. The lobby held its breath. Xander Romano looked at me for one long, silent second. Then his mouth almost curved. Almost. And that was when I knew he was going to be worse than cruel. Cruel men were easy. Xander Romano was entertained. His mouth almost curved. Almost. And that was when I knew he was going to be worse than cruel. Cruel men were easy. Xander Romano was entertained. I hated that immediately. Not because I wanted him angry. Because I wanted him affected. I wanted him to walk into this lobby and feel the weight of what he had taken. Instead, he looked as calm as a man checking into a hotel he already owned. Which, apparently, he was. Mr. Romano? One of the men behind him said. A lawyer stepped forward with a leather folder tucked beneath his arm and the expression of someone who had practiced ruining lives without wrinkling his suit. The transition documents are prepared. Transition. Such a clean word. As if this was paperwork. As if my grandfather's name being carved over the front doors was just branding. As if the staff standing behind me with fear in their eyes were just payroll numbers. As if the hotel that had raised me could be passed from one powerful hand to another without leaving fingerprints on my throat. I did not look at the folder. I looked at Xander. Is that what we're calling it? His eyes held mine. What would you prefer? Theft. The lawyer stiffened. One of the security men shifted his weight. Xander did not move at all. That would be inaccurate, he said. Legally, maybe. His gaze sharpened a fraction. A normal man would have defended himself. Xander Romano only studied me more closely, and somehow that made my skin feel too warm under my blazer. Debt gave the bank permission to sell, he said. I bought what was offered. You bought blood out of the water. Yes. The simple answer stole half my breath. Not because it shocked me. Because he did not bother pretending to be better than he was. The honesty was colder than cruelty. I stepped closer before I could think better of it. And what exactly do you plan to do with my hotel? The word "my" landed between us like a lit match. His eyes moved over my face, then past me, across the lobby again, the front desk. The chandelier. The brass elevator. The grand staircase. Everything I had spent years trying to keep alive with duct tape, charm, unpaid sleep, and prayers I was too angry to say out loud anymore. I plan to keep it open, he said. A ripple went through the staff. Hope was cruel, too, because it rose before logic could stop it. I heard Mrs. Alvarez breathe out behind me. Leah's hand went to her chest. Tom from maintenance bowed his head for half a second like someone had pulled him back from a ledge. I hated Xander for giving them that before I knew what it cost. Open, I repeated. For now. There it was, the blade under the velvet. For now. His lawyer opened the folder. Mr. Romano will honor existing reservations during the immediate transition period. Current employees will remain active pending operational review. Vendor contracts, staffing needs, and guest services will be evaluated. Evaluated, I cut in. That means fired later instead of fired today. The lawyer blinked. Xander's mouth didn't move, but something in his eyes changed. Approval? No interest. I wanted to throw a vase at him. It means, Xander said, I don't make decisions based on panic. No. You make them based on profit. Profit is why buildings stay standing. Love is why anyone cares when they do. The lobby went silent. Too silent. I felt every eye on us, every breath, every unsaid fear pressing against my back. Xander's gaze did not leave mine. For one dangerous second, the room seemed to narrow until there was only him and me, and the ruin between us. Then he said, love did not pay the bank. It hit exactly where he aimed. My face stayed still. I made sure of it. But something inside me flinched hard enough to bleed. Behind him, the lawyer shifted again. Miss Bennett, if we may proceed with the formal handover. No. The word came out before I planned it. Xander glanced at the lawyer, then back at me. No. No handover happens in my lobby like this is a funeral, and I'm supposed to stand quietly beside the coffin. A staff member gasped softly. I did not turn. If I looked at them, I might break. Xander lowered his voice. This is not your lobby anymore. The words landed with quiet violence. My hands curled at my sides. I wanted to scream. I wanted to slap him. I wanted to drag him to my grandfather's portrait and make him apologize to a dead man. Instead, I smiled. It felt sharp enough to cut my own mouth. You should have read everything before you walked in like a conquering king. For the first time, Xander went perfectly still, not visibly surprised, not shaken, but still. A predator hearing a branch snap in the dark. His lawyer frowned. Excuse me? I turned toward Leah at the front desk. Bring me the original management agreement. Her eyes widened. Rue. Now. She moved instantly. Xander watched her go, then looked back at me. What management agreement? The fact that he asked told me what I needed to know. He did not know. The bank had sold him the bones and forgotten the lock hidden inside them. My grandfather, stubborn old genius that he was, had left me one last weapon. I looked at Xander Romano and let him see me breathe again. The agreement my grandfather wrote before he ever took a private loan against this hotel. His lawyer's face tightened. Any prior management contract would likely be superseded by... Likely is a nervous word. Leah returned with a thick, worn folder clutched against her chest like a shield. I took it from her gently. The cover was faded. The edges soft from years of being opened, signed, argued over, and preserved, because my grandfather never trusted banks, developers, or charming men in expensive suits. Smart man. I opened it to the page I knew by heart. My fingers did not shake now. Not anymore. I stepped forward and held it out. The lawyer took it first. He scanned the page. His expression changed so quickly it was almost beautiful. Confusion. Irritation. Concern. Then silence. Xander noticed. He held out his hand. The lawyer hesitated before passing him the document. Xander read. Slowly. Thoroughly. The lobby seemed to stop breathing with him. I watched his eyes move across the page, watched the exact moment he found the clause. The Bennett Family Management Protection Clause. 6 months. 6 full months of active management authority after any forced sale, foreclosure transfer, or ownership change, unless the acting Bennett manager committed fraud, abandonment, or willful harm to the property. My grandfather had built a locked door inside a burning house, and I was still standing behind it. Xander lifted his gaze. The irritation was there now, not loud, not messy, not satisfying enough. But there, a thin, dark gleam beneath all that control. "You cannot remove me," I said. His expression stayed calm. Too calm, but his fingers tightened once on the paper. A small thing. I saw it, and I held on to it like victory. "For 6 months, I continued, making sure every staff member heard me. "Unless I violate my duties, I stay acting general manager of the Bennett Grand." The relief behind me was immediate. Soft. Broken. Mrs. Alvarez whispered something in Spanish that sounded like a prayer. Tom exhaled. Leah covered her mouth. For the first time since the phone call, the hotel did not feel like it was slipping through my hands. Xander handed the agreement back to his lawyer. "Verify it," the lawyer swallowed. "Of course. You should have done that before you bought it," I said. Xander looked at me again. This time there was no almost smile. Only focus. Cold, complete focus. The kind that made me understand why men feared him. "You are very pleased with yourself, Miss Bennett?" "I'm devastated, actually." "The pleasure is just a bonus." Something in the room shifted. His security men watched me differently now. Not like staff. Not like an obstacle. Like a woman too foolish or too brave to understand what she had just done. Maybe both. Xander stepped closer. Not enough to touch me. Enough to make the air change. He smelled faintly of cedar, expensive soap, and the kind of danger money could polish but never hide. Every instinct I had told me not to back up. So I didn't. "This clause gives you time," he said quietly. "Not ownership." I lifted my chin. "Time is all I need." "For what?" "To stop you from gutting this place." His eyes moved over my face, and for one breath, I felt the full weight of his attention. It should have frightened me. It did frighten me. But fear had been living inside me for so long, I knew how to stand with it. Xander leaned in just slightly. "You think you can stop me?" "No," I said. "I think I can make you regret underestimating me." At that, the almost smile returned, but this time it was not entertained. It was sharper, more dangerous, like I had finally given him something worth cutting his teeth on. "Good," he said. The word was too soft, too intimate for a lobby full of witnesses. My pulse betrayed me by jumping. Xander straightened and looked past me at the staff. "The Bennett Grand remains open. Miss Bennett remains acting general manager under the terms of the clause." His gaze returned to mine. For now, I hated those words. I would learn to hate them more. He turned toward his lawyer. "Set up my office here." My stomach dropped. "Your office?" He looked back at me, calm as sin. "If you are staying, Miss Bennett, so am I." The lobby went silent again. This time, the fear was mine, because I had won 6 months. But Xander Romano had just decided to spend them close enough to watch me breathe. I stepped toward him before I could stop myself. "You bought my hotel." His eyes locked on mine. "No," he said quietly. "I bought mine." Then he glanced around the lobby, at the staff, at the portrait of my grandfather, at the chandelier still glittering over all of us like a witness. When he looked back at me, his voice dropped lower. You are simply refusing to leave it.
Chapter 2. Rue Bennett was standing in the middle of my hotel, telling 83 frightened employees that she was still in charge. That was bold. Possibly stupid. Definitely inconvenient. I stopped just inside the Bennett Grand's lobby and watched her do it. She had her back to me, her hair pinned at the nape of her neck, her blazer sleeves rolled once like she had already been fighting before breakfast. A folder was tucked beneath one arm. A pen sat behind her ear. She stood in front of the staff like the building had put a heartbeat inside her chest and ordered her to keep it alive through sheer refusal. "I am still acting general manager," she said. Her voice was calm, too calm. The kind of calm people used when panic was standing directly behind their teeth. "No one is being abandoned. No one is walking into today blind. I know you're scared, and I'm not going to insult you by pretending there isn't reason to be." The staff crowded the lobby in clusters, housekeeping near the staircase, kitchen staff by the service hall, front desk behind the marble counter, maintenance along the wall, arms folded, eyes tired. They were watching her like she was the last sandbag before a flood. That told me more about Rue Bennett than any report I had read. People did not look at bad leaders that way. They looked at bad leaders with resentment. These people looked at her with fear, loyalty, and the dangerous hope of those who believed she might bleed herself dry to save them. Interesting. Damien, my head of security, stood beside me. Behind us waited my morning team: auditors, contractors, legal counsel, renovation consultants, a security coordinator, 2 architects, and 1 branding specialist who had already irritated me twice before sunrise. Rue continued without turning around. "Breakfast service continues as scheduled. Reservations are honored. No one speaks to guests about ownership changes unless directed. If you have questions, you come to me first." A bellman lifted his hand slightly. "Are we losing our jobs?" The question moved through the lobby like a match dropped onto paper. Rue's shoulders tightened. She did not answer quickly. I respected that more than a lie. "Not today," she said. The answer was careful, honest, painful. The staff absorbed it with the kind of silence that had weight. Then Rue added, "And if anyone tries to remove you without talking to me, they will have to explain it while I'm standing in front of them." A few people managed small, exhausted smiles. That was when she finally sensed me. Her spine changed first. Not fear, awareness. Then she turned. The lobby seemed to tilt toward the moment her eyes found mine. There was no surprise on her face, only irritation so immediate it almost felt personal. "Mr. Romano," she said. "Miss Bennett." Her gaze moved over my shoulder. She saw the auditors, the contractors, the security, the consultants, the lawyers. Her mouth tightened. I had brought a quiet army into her lobby. She understood that immediately. Good. Understanding saved time. "You're early," she said. "I'm on time." "For an invasion?" "For work." Her eyes narrowed. "That's what you're calling it?" "That depends on how difficult you plan to make the morning." Someone in housekeeping made a strangled sound that might have been a laugh and immediately regretted it. Rue did not look away from me. I was in the middle of a staff meeting. I noticed. "And yet you brought an entire corporate funeral procession through the front doors." "My team needs access. My staff needs answers. Then we will give them some." Her chin lifted, not permission. Challenge. I stepped past the threshold fully, and my team followed. The lobby tightened around us. Every footstep sounded too sharp against the old marble. Rue moved aside just enough to allow me space, not enough to suggest she was yielding. Smart, stubborn, infuriating. I stood beside her, facing the staff. For one brief second, the scent of her reached me, beneath the lilies and polished wood. Something clean, something warm, something that did not belong anywhere near the cold arithmetic of acquisition. I ignored it. "The Bennett Grand will remain operational during the transition," I said. Relief moved first through the staff, then caution. They were not fools. Good. I disliked fools. "Existing reservations will be honored. Guest services continue. No employee will be terminated today." Rue's gaze snapped to me. I felt it without looking. Today. She heard the word exactly as intended. Her staff did too. "Payroll issues are being reviewed," I continued. "Outstanding vendor obligations will be assessed. Structural risks will be prioritized. Beginning this morning, my people will begin a full operational and financial audit." A man from maintenance shifted. "Does that mean the hotel's closing?" No, it means the hotel has been poorly managed by debt, neglect, and desperation for too long. Rue went still beside me, not loudly, not dramatically, worse, silently. I realized my mistake a second too late, not because the statement was false, because it was true in a way that cut her. Her voice came low. The staff froze. My security did not move, but attention sharpened. I turned my head slightly. Rue's eyes were bright with fury. Debt, yes, she said. Neglect, no. I held her stare. There are closed rooms, unpaid vendors, delayed payroll, failing systems, and structural concerns. And there are flowers in the lobby, food in the kitchen, clean sheets upstairs, staff who still show up, and guests who still come back because this place matters. The lobby watched us breathe. Her anger was not reckless. That was the problem. It had evidence. It had names. It had blood in it. I looked back at the staff, which is why I bought it before it could collapse completely. Rue laughed once, sharp enough to cut glass. You hear that? We should all be grateful. I kept my voice calm. Gratitude is optional. Cooperation is not. Her eyes flashed. There she was. The woman from yesterday. The one who had stood between me and what I owned like legal title was an opinion. I should have found it tedious. Instead, my attention kept returning to her like a bad habit forming too quickly. One of my consultants cleared his throat and stepped forward, eager enough to be irritating. The goal is to restore the property into a premier luxury destination with modern amenities, high-value guest experiences, and elite market positioning. Rue's expression changed by degrees. First suspicion, then dread. The consultant continued, unaware he was walking toward a cliff. Initial plans include upgraded suites, private security floors, restricted access zones, full digital integration, redesigned guest circulation, and brand reconsideration. Brand reconsideration? Rue repeated. The consultant smiled. A mistake. A property of this value needs a name aligned with its future. The staff went silent. Not quiet. Silent. Rue turned her head slowly toward me. There was no heat in her face now. Only something worse. Wounded disbelief. You're changing the name. I did not answer immediately, because the name mattered more than I had expected. Not to the asset, to her, to every person standing behind her, to the old portrait watching from the wall like a dead man waiting to see who would blink first. Nothing has been finalized, I said. It was the wrong answer. I knew at the moment her eyes hardened. She stepped toward me, lowering her voice just enough to make it more dangerous. The Bennett name stays. The consultant glanced between us. Miss Bennett, respectfully, legacy branding can be preserved through interior storytelling elements. A plaque, archival display, perhaps a signature suite. Rue turned on him. A plaque? The man paled. I almost pitied him. Almost, blah. My grandfather did not spend his life saving this hotel, so a man in a fitted suit could reduce him to a plaque near the bathrooms. A few staff members looked down, fighting emotion. Rue saw them. So did I. Her anger sharpened because now it had witnesses to protect. She turned back to me. You said you were keeping the hotel open. I am. No, you're keeping the building open. The accusation landed cleanly. The hotel is the name, she said. The staircase, the ballroom, the brass elevator, the staff who know which guests like extra towels and which ones come every anniversary because this place remembers them. You take the name off the door, and you haven't saved the Bennett Grand. You've skinned it and kept the bones. No one spoke. Even my consultant had enough survival instinct to shut up. I studied her. The rolled sleeves, the tired eyes, the fury. The way every employee behind her seemed to stand a little taller because she had said what they were afraid to. She was not sentimental weakness. She was the living resistance of the property. And I had 6 months of her. Staff meeting is over. Rue blinked once. Excuse me? I looked at my team. Conference room. 10 minutes. Miss Bennett and I will speak privately. Her mouth tightened. I don't remember agreeing to that. You don't have to. The anger returned instantly. Good. Better anger than fear. Rue stepped closer, close enough that I could see the pulse beating at the base of her throat. You don't dismiss my staff in my lobby. Our lobby, I corrected. Her eyes narrowed into something lethal. A sensible man would have stepped back. I did not. The space between us felt charged, sharp, alive in a way most rooms stopped being the moment I entered them. She lowered her voice. You bought walls, Mr. Romano. Do not confuse that with owning loyalty. For the first time all morning I smiled, not because she was amusing, because she was right, and because I had the sudden, inconvenient feeling that the next 6 months were going to cost me far more than money. "Then let's discuss," I said quietly, "what your loyalty is worth." Rue's face changed. Not fear, not surrender, outrage, perfect. The war had officially begun. "Then let's discuss," I said quietly, "what your loyalty is worth." Rue's face changed. Not fear, not surrender, outrage, perfect. The war had officially begun. For half a second, I thought she might strike me, not because she was foolish, because the idea of putting a price on her devotion to this hotel offended something buried so deeply in her that restraint looked painful. Good. I wanted to see where the line was. Men were easy to negotiate with when they showed you their line. Rue Bennett's line had a name carved above the front doors. She stepped closer, close enough that the staff behind her stopped breathing as one frightened organism. "My loyalty is not for sale. Everything has a price. Then you've spent too much time buying cheap things." A low sound moved through the room. Not laughter, shock. Even Damien glanced at me, waiting. I did not look away from Rue. Most people insulted me with fear behind their teeth. Rue did it with her chin lifted, her eyes bright, and her body planted between me and the employees as though she could shield all 83 of them by standing still. It should have been ridiculous. It was not. "Conference room," I said. "No. One conversation. I'm done having conversations where you insult what you don't understand. I understand debt. You understand ownership. I understand survival." That stopped her. Only for a second. But I saw it. The strike had landed. Her hotel was bleeding money in every corridor, and no amount of beautiful speeches could change the numbers waiting in my folders. She hated that I knew it. I hated that I had noticed her hate hurt more than it should have. Rue turned toward the staff. Her expression shifted with effort, softening into something steadier for them. "Everyone return to your departments. We keep service running. Any questions come to me." The command settled them better than mine had. That irritated me. It also confirmed what I already suspected. If I wanted the Bennett Grand to transition without chaos, I needed Rue inside the building, not fighting from the street. She waited until her people began moving before she faced me again. 5 minutes, she said. "You'll need more than 5. You'll get what I give you." Then she walked past me toward the private office behind reception, as if she had not just issued terms to a man who could buy the block beneath her feet. I followed. So did no one else. Damien knew better. The office was small, too warm, and crowded with signs of a life spent inside a dying building. Stacks of invoices, fresh flowers in a chipped vase, old guest ledgers lined neatly on a shelf. A framed photograph of a younger Rue beside an older man stood near the desk. Arthur Bennett. She caught me looking at it and moved the frame face down. That was interesting, too. You don't get to look at him while discussing how to erase him. I shut the door behind us. I have not erased anything yet. Comforting. It should be. I'm usually faster. Her eyes flashed. There was the fire again. It moved through her like something alive. You say things like that because you want people scared. No, I said. I say true things and people decide how to feel about them. You really are unbearable. So I've been told. By women with sense? By men with less courage than you. The words left my mouth before I decided to give them. Rue went still. A compliment, apparently, was more dangerous than an insult. I filed that away. Then I opened the folder I had carried in and placed the financial summary on the desk. Look at it. No. Rue. Her name came out sharper than intended. Her gaze snapped to mine. The office went silent. That was the first time I had used her first name. I should not have noticed. I did. "So we're familiar now?" she asked. "No, we're realistic." "I don't need your realism." "You do." I tapped the report. "Because this is what your loyalty is fighting." She stared at the papers like they were a corpse. Then, slowly, she picked them up. I watched her read. Watched the anger in her face collide with numbers too severe to dismiss. Vendor debt, deferred repairs, payroll shortage, insurance penalties, structural warnings, emergency plumbing needs, closed room revenue loss. A building still breathing only because one stubborn woman kept forcing air into its lungs. Her fingers tightened around the paper. Not because she was surprised, because I had made the private humiliation visible. That bothered me. It should not have. "These are not the whole story," she said. No, they are the part of the story that decides whether the doors stay open. She lowered the pages. My grandfather restored this hotel when everyone told him it was worthless. Your grandfather was strategic. Her eyes narrowed. Do not pretend to respect him. I don't pretend. Then what do you call walking in here with consultants who want to strip his name off the wall? A mistake made by people who have not been corrected yet. That pulled her up short. Good. Let her wonder. I didn't say the name was coming down, I continued. I said nothing had been finalized. You allowed it to be suggested. I allow many things to be suggested. Then I decide. And what have you decided? That the current hotel failed financially. Her jaw tightened, and that you know more about what still works here than anyone in my employ. She did not like that either. Rue Bennett did not know what to do with honesty unless it came sharpened. I stepped closer to the desk. You have 6 months under the clause. I could spend them fighting you in court, challenging every decision, burying you in procedures until you make a mistake. Her face went cold. There he is. I'm telling you what I could do, not what I'm offering. What are you offering? A contract. No. You haven't heard it. I heard enough when you said contract. You remain acting general manager during the transition. You serve as historical consultant on preservation decisions. You attend renovation meetings. You review design elements tied to the Bennett legacy. You give input before anything original is removed. Her expression did not soften, but it sharpened differently. Interest, buried beneath distrust. And you keep final control. Yes, of course you do. I own the hotel. I remember. You keep saying it like repetition will make me enjoy it. I almost smiled, almost. At the end of 6 months, I continued, if you want to leave, you leave with severance large enough to choose your next position instead of beg for one. I will also provide a recommendation that opens doors. Her laugh was quiet and bitter. How noble. It isn't noble. It's efficient. Why? Because without you, this renovation becomes more expensive. Try again. I met her eyes. There was no point lying to a woman who had built her life on noticing cracks. Because if you walk away, my people will make decisions that destroy value they don't recognize. Because your staff trusts you more than they trust me. Because guests returning here know your face. Because the clause gives you leverage, and I prefer using leverage to wasting it. She studied me, searching for the poison. There was poison, of course. There always was, but not where she expected it. You want to keep an eye on me, she said. Yes. At least you admit it. You want to keep an eye on me? Yes. Then we understand each other. No, she said, we don't. She walked to the window overlooking the lobby. Below us, staff moved through the morning with nervous purpose. The hotel continued breathing because she had ordered it to. When she spoke again, her voice was lower. If I say no, you gut this place without me. Yes. Her shoulders stiffened. Not out of punishment, I said. Out of ignorance. She turned. That answer hurt her more than cruelty would have. Because it was honest. Because she believed it. Because she was already calculating how much damage I could do in 6 months without her hands on the wheel. You're trapping me with the truth, she said. I prefer effective tools. I hate you. No, you hate what I can do. Her eyes flashed. Don't flatter yourself. There's room for both. This time, I did smile. Small. Brief. A mistake. Her gaze dropped to my mouth for less than a second. Then she looked away like the glance had offended her personally. Interesting. Dangerous. Unacceptable. I will sign nothing today, she said. You will review it today. I will review it because I don't trust you. That's why I brought lawyers. That is not comforting. It wasn't meant to be. She came back to the desk and took the contract folder with the kind of violence usually reserved for weapons. I'm not working for you. You are. No, I'm working against you from inside the building. Call it whatever helps you sleep. I don't sleep. I can tell. For 1 second, exhaustion crossed her face before pride slammed over it. That, more than the anger, stayed with me. She opened the door and stepped back into the lobby, contract clutched in her hand. Her staff looked up immediately, waiting, hoping. Rue stood at the top of the small landing beside the office, lifted her chin, and gave them the only thing she still had to give. Certainty. I'm staying, she said. The relief that moved through the lobby was quiet enough to be dignified and strong enough to be felt. Then she turned her head slightly, just enough for me to hear the words meant only for me. Don't mistake cooperation for surrender. I moved beside her, close enough that the staff could see us standing together, and close enough that Rue went perfectly still. I never mistake weapons for surrender. Her eyes locked on mine, and for the first time since I had bought the Bennett Grand, I understood the real problem. The hotel would be expensive, the restoration would be difficult. But Rue Bennett? Rue Bennett was going to be war.
Chapter 3. The first strip of red demolition tape appeared on the old brass elevator at 7:12 in the morning. By 7:13, I had ripped it off the wall and decided violence might be cheaper than therapy. The contractor staring at me was a tall man with a hard hat, a clipboard, and absolutely no survival instincts. "Miss Bennett," he said carefully, "that was placed there for evaluation." I balled the tape in my fist. "Evaluate something else." His eyes shifted over my shoulder, probably looking for a sane person. Unfortunately for him, the Bennett Grand had run out of sane people somewhere around the time Xander Romano decided to set up an office in my lobby like a beautiful plague. "The elevator is on the preliminary removal list," the contractor said. My blood chilled. Not because I was surprised, because of course it was. Of course, the first thing men with clipboards saw when they entered a historic hotel was not charm, not legacy, not the thousands of guests who had stepped into that brass elevator with champagne on their breath and hope in their hands. They saw old, they saw expensive, they saw removable. I stepped closer. Who approved that list? The contractor swallowed. Smart man. Learning was happening. Mr. Romano's team. Excellent. I turned, red tape crushed in my fist, and walked across the lobby. Staff moved out of my way with the quick instinct of people who had seen me angry before and wanted to remain innocent bystanders. The lobby was no longer quiet at this hour. It had been invaded by ladders, measuring tools, design boards, men in black security uniforms, contractors dragging cables, and consultants speaking in clean, expensive phrases like guest flow and modernization goals. Every word sounded like a knife being sharpened. The Bennett Grand had survived storms, bad winters, celebrity scandals, bankruptcy rumors, and once, according to my grandfather, a groom who had run out of his own wedding and returned 2 hours later with a marching band. But I was not convinced it would survive Xander Romano's renovation team. His temporary office had been set up in what used to be our private reception lounge, a beautiful room with old carved doors, velvet chairs, and sunlight that came through the front windows in soft gold strips. Now there were laptops, security screens, blueprints, and men who looked like they had never once apologized to furniture before moving it. Xander stood at the center of it all. Black suit, white shirt, no tie, sleeves buttoned, expression calm. Naturally. He was studying a blueprint spread across the table while 3 people waited for him to speak. He did not look up when I entered. "I hope you're here to tell me breakfast service collapsed," he said. "That would be less predictable." I threw the red tape onto the blueprint. It landed across the drawing like a wound. Xander's eyes lowered to it, then lifted to me. "Good morning, Miss Bennett. Nothing about this morning is good. So, I gathered." I pointed toward the lobby. "Your people tagged the brass elevator for removal. It was marked for evaluation. That is a rich man's way of saying murder with paperwork." One of the consultants coughed. Xander looked at him. The man went silent. I hated how quickly people obeyed him. I hated it more because some undisciplined part of me understood why they did. Xander Romano did not need volume. He took up space like consequence. "The elevator is unreliable," he said. "It is original. It is inefficient. It is beloved. It fails safety inspections. It needs restoration. It needs replacement." I leaned over the blueprint, putting both palms flat on the table. That elevator has carried brides, presidents, singers, old guests who still request the same rooms every year, and one very drunk senator who proposed to a coat rack in 1998. For half a second, his expression changed. Not amusement, almost. Compelling history, he said. The coat rack must have been flattered. It declined. Wise. I narrowed my eyes. Do not make jokes while threatening my elevator. I wasn't aware it had diplomatic protection. It does now. The consultant nearest the window shifted. Miss Bennett. Antique features can be replicated with modern materials while preserving visual continuity. I turned my head slowly. He stopped speaking before I had to help him. Xander watched the entire exchange with that measured, infuriating stillness of his. You object to every change, he said. I object to stupid changes. That is not a business category. It should be. You'd save millions. His gaze held mine. Sharp, focused, too focused. There were moments when he looked at me as if I was not interrupting his day, but improving it in a way he deeply disapproved of. That thought was inconvenient. I pushed it away. You want to talk business? I asked. Fine, walk with me. His brows lifted. Is that a request? It is a chance to be less wrong. One of his men made a sound behind me. Xander's eyes did not leave my face. Then he reached for his suit jacket off the back of a chair. All right. The ease of his agreement almost annoyed me more than refusal would have. I turned before he could see that. We stepped into the lobby together, and every person pretending not to watch us failed. The staff looked curious. The contractors looked nervous. Xander's security looked bored in the way armed men looked bored when they were memorizing exits. I led him straight to the chandelier. Morning light slid through the front doors and caught the crystal, making it glitter despite the 3 dead bulbs I had still not managed to replace. From below, if you knew how to look at it, the chandelier resembled a crown broken in only a few places. This. I pointing up. Xander tilted his head back. It needs rewiring. Yes. It is expensive. Yes. It is not energy efficient. I looked at him. Do you wake up every morning determined to make romance sound like a tax audit? His mouth almost curved again, almost was becoming a problem. The chandelier stays, I said. People take wedding photos under it, engagement photos, anniversary photos. Last year, a woman came here with her husband because they had danced under it 50 years ago, and he was sick and she wanted him to see it one more time. Xander's face changed very slightly. Not enough for anyone else to notice. I noticed. I hated that I noticed. That kind of memory has value, I said. You want luxury? Real luxury is not making everything new. It is making people feel like something beautiful lasted long enough for them to return to it. He was quiet. Too quiet. I moved before the silence could become something I did not know how to handle. The ballroom was next. The doors groaned when I pushed them open, which I pretended not to hear. The room still stole breath when it wanted to. Even tired, even with its faded curtains and scuffed floors, the ballroom had presence. Sunlight spilled across the old wood in wide, pale bands. The ceiling medallions were cracked in 2 places. The stage curtains needed replacing. The far wall carried a water stain I had cleverly hidden behind tall, floral arrangements for 3 separate events. Xander stood just inside the doorway, looking around. Not bored, not dismissive, assessing. Always assessing. The floor has to come up, he said. No. It has water damage. Parts of it do. The cost of restoring it may exceed replacement. The cost of replacing it is losing the room. That is sentimental. That is branding. His eyes cut to me. Good. Now he was listening. I walked to the center of the floor, my heels clicking softly across the wood. This is original herringbone oak. People pay obscene amounts of money to pretend their modern hotels have this kind of authenticity. We already have it. You rip this up, and you are not saving money. You are destroying the one thing your competitors cannot buy. His gaze moved from me to the floor. Your consultants did not mention that. Your consultants saw damage. I saw value. And humility remains your strongest quality. I tried humility once. It did not get the plumbing fixed. That almost smile again. Tiny, dangerous, unwanted. I looked away first, furious with myself. We continued to the grand staircase. I did not have to say anything at first. The staircase spoke for itself. It curved down from the second-floor balcony in a sweep of dark wood, brass railing, and old-world drama that guests still paused to photograph, even when the lobby flowers were half-wilted and the air conditioning wheezed behind the walls. Xander studied it. It disrupts traffic flow. I closed my eyes for 1 second. One day, I am going to make a list of every phrase your people use to ruin my will to live. It does. It is where my grandfather greeted every bride before she walked into the ballroom. It is where famous singers stood for photographs. It is where children sit during Christmas week waiting for the tree lighting. I touched the railing. It is not an obstruction. It is the spine of the hotel. His eyes followed my hand. For reasons I did not appreciate, the air changed. Not much. Enough. He looked at my fingers on the railing as if the gesture had told him something private. I pulled my hand back. Your argument, he said slowly, is that sentiment can be profitable. My argument is that you are calling it sentiment because you do not know how to measure devotion. The words came out before I could stop them. The moment they did, the hallway seemed to go still. Xander looked at me. Really looked. Not at the general manager. Not at the inconvenience. Me. For one dangerous second, I thought I had said too much. Then he said, "You argue like every object in this building is alive." Maybe it is. Buildings are not alive, Miss Bennett? No. But people leave pieces of themselves behind when they love them long enough. His expression turned unreadable. That was worse than anger. I stepped back before the conversation could move somewhere softer. We're not done. I assumed not. I led him toward the storage room behind the west corridor, where decades of hotel history lived in cardboard boxes, brass frames, old menus, guest ledgers, and photographs my grandfather had refused to throw away. The doors stuck, because everything in this hotel had a flair for drama. I shoved it open with my hip. Dust rose in the shaft of light from the high window. Xander stepped in behind me, filling the already narrow room with expensive darkness and controlled heat. I hated being aware of him there. I hated more that I knew exactly how close he stood. I pulled a large archival box from the shelf and set it on the table. "If you want to rebuild the Bennett Grand," I said, opening the lid, "you should at least know what you're trying not to destroy." Inside were photographs. Dozens of them. The lobby, in 1948. The ballroom, after my grandfather's first restoration. The brass elevator gleaming beneath garlands. The grand staircase crowded with guests in evening clothes. My grandfather standing under the chandelier, smiling like he had taught a dying building how to breathe again. Xander reached for one photograph, then paused. "May I?" The question caught me off guard. Permission. From him. For this. I gave one short nod. He picked up the photo carefully. Too carefully for a man I had accused of destroying things. His thumb did not cover the image. His fingers did not bend the edges. He studied it with that unnerving focus, and for the first time since he bought my hotel, Xander Romano looked at something inside the Bennett Grand without seeming to calculate its price. My anger did not vanish. But it hesitated, and that felt dangerous. Because anger was the one thing keeping me safe. He lifted his eyes to mine. "Show me the rest," he said. The request should have felt like victory. It did not. It felt like danger wearing a quieter suit. Because Xander Romano did not ask like a man humoring me. He asked like a man who had found a door inside the building and wanted to know where it led. I reached into the box and pulled out another stack of photographs. Not gently. Not because the photos deserved rough handling, but because my hands needed something to do besides betray me. "This is the lobby before the second restoration," I said, laying the first photo on the table. The ceiling had water damage. The columns were cracked. Everyone told my grandfather to cover the old details with flat paneling and cheaper materials. Xander leaned closer, not too close. Close enough that I became aware of the clean line of his shirt cuff, the expensive watch at his wrist, the quiet scent of him under the dust. I moved half a step away. He noticed. And he refused, Xander said. He said hiding damage wasn't restoration, it was lying with better paint. Something changed in his face. A flicker. Respect, maybe. Or the imitation of it. I did not trust either. I slid another photo toward him. This is the ballroom the year it reopened, the floor you want to rip out. He picked up the photo. Again, carefully. That bothered me more than careless handling would have. Careless would have made sense. Careless would have kept him exactly where I needed him. Villain. Buyer. Threat. But his fingers were gentle on the photograph, and I had no use for gentle from Xander Romano. The room was booked for 11 months straight after this opening. I said, weddings, private concerts, political dinners, charity events. People didn't come because it was new. They came because it felt impossible to recreate. He looked at the image, then at me. Do you have the booking records? The question caught me off guard. What? Records, revenue, event type, repeat clients, average spend after restoration. I blinked at him. He did not look like he was mocking me. He looked serious. I hated that too. Yes, I said slowly. In the archives. Good. If the floor has commercial history and client loyalty attached to it, restoration may be more valuable than replacement. For 1 second, I forgot to hate him. Only one. Then I remembered. How generous of you to discover common sense. His gaze lifted. You are physically incapable of accepting agreement. I accept agreement from people I trust. Then this must be exhausting for you. You have no idea. There it was again. That almost smile. A little sharper this time. A little warmer. I looked down before I could catch myself staring. Bad idea. Terrible idea. Men like Xander Romano did not become less dangerous because they listened for 5 minutes in a dusty storage room. I pulled out an old guest ledger and opened it carefully. My grandfather kept records beyond money. Guest names, anniversaries, preferences, complaints, special requests. He knew Mr. and Mrs. Holloway liked room 412 because they honeymooned there. He knew the Monteros wanted the corner table in the dining room every December because that was where he proposed. He remembered people. Xander's eyes moved over the handwriting. Your staff still does that. The observation slipped in quietly. I looked at him. He had noticed. Not the chandelier, not the cracked marble, the staff. Yes, because that is why people return. Loyalty, memory. Same thing in business. No. Business uses loyalty, memory earns it. He went still. Not frozen, focused. Like the words had landed somewhere, he did not let many things land. The silence pressed closer. Dust floated in the gold light between us. The storage room suddenly felt too narrow, too warm, too full of old ghosts and new tension. Xander set the ledger down. You know this hotel better than my consultants. I know this hotel better than anyone. That was not humility. That was accuracy. His eyes held mine. I'm beginning to notice the difference. My throat tightened before I could stop it. Ridiculous. It was a sentence. Not a confession, not praise, not anything that should have slipped past my defenses. Still, some foolish part of me warmed. I hated that part immediately. I closed the ledger. Do not look impressed. It ruins your whole, cold, soulless buyer aesthetic. Soulless? Machine in a suit, then. His expression shifted. Not amusement this time. Something darker. Quieter. You should stop looking at machines like you want them to prove they have hearts. The words hit with precision. Too precise. Too close to something I had no intention of admitting. I looked away first. That irritated me even more than the line. I don't want anything from you except restraint and a functioning respect for history. Those are two things. Then consider yourself lucky I stopped there. He stepped back from the table, but the space between us did not relax. Nothing about Xander relaxed a room. He took one last look at the photographs spread across the table. Then he reached into the inside pocket of his jacket and pulled out a slim black notebook. I stared. You take notes? I own several hotels, Miss Bennett. I don't manage them through vibes. Could have fooled me with the elevator murder plan. His pen paused for half a second, then continued. Brass elevator. Evaluate restoration before removal. I blinked. He wrote another line. Ballroom floor. Pull event revenue records. Preserve if value supports. My pulse did something stupid. Chandelier? I asked before pride could stop me. He looked up. I hated that I had asked like I cared what he would do. Because I did. His gaze held mine while he wrote. Chandelier. Repair quote before replacement. I swallowed. And the staircase? His eyes flicked toward the hallway as if he could see it from here. The staircase stays under review. My relief came too fast and too sharp to hide. It was not enough. Not nearly enough. But it was not nothing. You expect me to thank you? No. Good. I expect you to bring me the records. I narrowed my eyes. You are still unbearable. So you've mentioned. I will mention it again if needed. I have no doubt. A knock sounded against the open storage room door before I could answer. Tom from maintenance stood there, pale beneath his gray mustache. The irritation inside me snapped into alarm. Tom had worked here for 16 years. He had seen burst pipes, guest tantrums, a kitchen fire, and one raccoon in the honeymoon suite without looking that shaken. Rue, he said, not Miss Bennett, not boss. Rue. My stomach dropped. What happened? His eyes flicked to Xander, then back to me. You need to come to the West Wing. I was already moving. Is someone hurt? No. The answer should have helped. It did not. Tom's voice had gone rough. It's the stained glass. Everything inside me went cold. The West Wing was supposed to be locked until the plumbing team started next week. Nobody had any reason to be there. Nobody had permission. I walked faster. Xander followed without being asked. His security man appeared at the end of the hallway like a shadow summoned by tension. The closer we got, the worse the silence became. No contractor noise. No staff voices. No rattling tools. Just the sound of my heels striking the floor, and my pulse climbing into my throat. The West Wing doors stood open. They should not have been open. I stepped through first. Moon-colored morning light spilled through the tall corridor windows, but the colored glow that usually painted the floor was gone. I stopped. For a moment, my mind refused to understand what my eyes were seeing. Then it came together in pieces. Green glass near the baseboard. Blue shards across the runner. Gold fragments scattered like broken sunlight. The original stained glass panels my grandfather had spent 3 years restoring were smashed across the floor. Not cracked, not damaged, destroyed. Someone had broken the exact pieces I had fought hardest to save. My breath left me. Behind me, Xander said nothing. For once, neither did I. I just stood there, staring at my grandfather's broken light and felt something inside the Bennett Grand scream.
Chapter 4. Rue Bennett looked at the broken stained glass like someone had put a bullet through her grandfather's heart. I had seen people face guns with less devastation. She stood in the West Wing corridor without moving, one hand hanging at her side, the other pressed lightly against her stomach, as if something inside her had been struck hard enough to make breathing difficult. Colored shards littered the floor around her. Blue, green, gold, red. The morning light hit the fragments and scattered ruined color across her shoes. She did not cry. That made it worse. Tears would have been easier to dismiss. Tears belonged to ordinary grief. This was not ordinary grief. This was a woman watching history bleed. Behind me, Damien stopped at the threshold with 2 security men. Tom from maintenance stood near the wall, pale and silent. Somewhere farther down the corridor, one of the contractors whispered something and immediately shut up when I looked in his direction. Smart. The West Wing smelled like dust, old wood, and fresh violence. I stepped past Rue carefully, avoiding the glass. She did not look at me. She did not seem to notice anyone anymore. Her attention remained fixed on the empty panels. 3 tall windows had been smashed inward from the corridor side. Not an accident, not structural failure, no storm, no fallen ladder, no careless worker, deliberate, precise, personal. I felt something cold settle in my chest. Not anger, not yet. Anger was too simple. This was calculation. Someone had entered a restricted part of my hotel and destroyed the one thing Rue Bennett had spent the last 24 hours trying to defend. That was not property damage. That was a message. Clear the hallway. Damien moved instantly. Everyone out. Now. Tom hesitated. Rue. I said everyone. My voice did not rise. Step. It did not need to. The corridor emptied within seconds except for Damien, 1 security man, Rue, and me. Rue finally moved. Barely. She lowered herself into a crouch, near a large piece of blue glass, her fingers hovering just above it without touching. Don't. Her head turned slowly. The look she gave me could have cut skin. Do not tell me what to do right now. There may be prints. There are pieces of my grandfather's work on the floor. I know. No. Her voice came too soft, too dangerous. You don't. She reached anyway. I caught her wrist before her fingers touched the glass. The contact was a mistake. I knew it the instant it happened. Her skin was warm beneath my hand. Her pulse beat fast against my thumb, furious and alive. She looked down at where I held her, then back up at my face. The corridor changed. The broken glass, the security, the silent wing, everything narrowed around the place where my hand circled her wrist. I released her, slowly, not because I wanted to, because I had no right to keep holding her. There may be prints, I repeated, quieter this time, or blood. Whoever did this may have cut themselves. Rue swallowed. The anger in her eyes did not disappear, but intelligence moved through it. She understood. She hated that she understood. She stood. Then find them. I will. No. Her voice cracked for the first time, and the sound moved through me with unexpected force. Do not say that like this is another operational problem, like a broken lock, like a vendor issue, like something you can throw money at before lunch and forget. I looked at the empty windows, then at the glass spread across the floor, then at her. I don't forget messages. That stopped her, only for a second. But I saw it. Her mouth tightened. Is that what this is to you? Yes. Her eyes flashed. Of course it is. And to you? Her laugh was small and bitter. You really want to know? I asked. You bought the hotel yesterday. She gestured toward the shattered panels. That glass took my grandfather 3 years to restore. 3 years, Xander. He found the pieces in a ruined church outside the city. Everyone told him they were worthless, broken, too expensive to repair. He brought them here anyway. Her voice trembled once before she forced it steady. He said the Bennett Grand understood broken, beautiful things. I said nothing, because for once, every available answer felt insufficient. Rue looked back at the windows, and the fight drained from her face so quickly it left something naked behind. He used to bring me here when I was little. Before the wing reopened, he would hold me up to the light and tell me every color had survived something. Fire, neglect, rain, time. She folded her arms tightly around herself. He made me believe that if you loved broken things carefully enough, they could become holy. The corridor went quiet. Even Damien, standing several feet away, did not move. Rue seemed to remember I was there. Her face hardened again, but not fast enough. I had already seen the damage beneath it. And now someone smashed them, she said, so please do not stand there and call this a message like that makes it cleaner. It doesn't make it cleaner. No, it makes it colder. It makes it solvable. Her eyes cut to mine. Do you hear yourself? Yes, that's the problem. I should have let the insult pass. I did not. You want me emotional? I want you human. The words landed before I could prepare for them. Human. People had called me cruel, ruthless, controlled, dangerous, necessary. A monster when they thought I could not hear. A king when they wanted something. Human was not a word people demanded from me. Not anymore. Rue stepped closer, grief burning into anger because anger was easier to survive. You keep walking through this hotel asking what things cost. That glass cost him nights. It cost him patience. It cost him belief when people laughed at him for trying to save something nobody else valued. It cost him pieces of himself. And you will never see that if all you know how to count is money. My jaw tightened. She saw it. Let her. I count what keeps people alive. No, she whispered. You count what keeps you in control. That hit too close. The security man at the end of the corridor looked away like he had just witnessed something private. He had. I turned to Damien before Rue could see the answer I refused to give her. Lock down the West Wing. Already started. Access logs, key cards, contractor sign-ins, staff schedules, delivery records. I want every person who entered this corridor in the last 48 hours. Damien nodded. Pull camera footage from every angle surrounding this wing, I continued. Lobby, service hall, loading dock, stairwell, exterior door. If there is a blind spot, I want to know why it exists and who knew about it. Yes, boss. Bring in a glass restoration specialist. Rue looked at me sharply. I kept my attention on Damien. Not a replacement vendor. Restoration. I want someone who works from archival photographs, old lead work, color matching, whatever it takes. Contact the museums if you have to. Rue stared at me. I felt it like heat. Damien gave one short nod and stepped away to make the calls. The corridor emptied further until only Rue and I remained with the broken windows between us. Her voice came quieter now, suspicious because softness was unacceptable between us. Why? I looked at her. Because replacement would be cheaper. That does not answer my question. Yes, it does. Her throat moved. She looked away first. A strange satisfaction moved through me, immediately followed by irritation. I did not want to satisfy her. I did not want to care whether she believed me. I certainly did not want the sight of her standing in a corridor full of broken light to feel like something I needed to repair with my own hands. But there it was, the first crack. Not in the glass, in me. Rue turned back toward the ruined panels, and her shoulders lowered by a fraction. Not trust. Not forgiveness. Exhaustion, maybe. I should clean this up. No, her face snapped back to mine. Do not start that again. You are not cleaning up evidence. This is my hotel, my crime scene. Her eyes narrowed. You really know how to make grief romantic. There is nothing romantic about this. The lie came easily, too easily, because there was something unbearable about her grief, something magnetic, something that made standing near her feel like approaching a fire I had no intention of touching and every intention of containing. Rue bent anyway, reaching toward a larger red shard near the wall. I moved before I could stop myself. Rue. Her name in my mouth froze us both. She looked up. I did not remember deciding to use it. I only knew the sound of it had changed the air. Not Miss Bennett. Rue, the woman. Not the clause. Not the obstacle. Not the acting general manager I needed for 6 months. Rue. Her eyes held mine, startled and wounded and furious that she had noticed the difference. For one long breath, neither of us moved. Then Damien's voice cut through the corridor from behind me. Boss! I turned. He stood at the doorway, phone in hand, face expressionless in the way that meant trouble. What? We pulled the first angle from the West Service Hall. Rue straightened. My attention sharpened. Damien looked past me toward the smashed panels, then back at my face. Whoever did this knew exactly where the cameras stopped. Rue did not move. Neither did I. For one suspended second, the broken corridor seemed to absorb Damien's words and hold them inside the walls. Then Rue turned toward him slowly. What does that mean? Damien looked at me first. A wise man. It means this was not random. Her face tightened. We already knew that. No, we knew it was deliberate. I looked at the ruined windows, the clean angles of destruction, the careful absence of evidence where cameras should have caught movement. Now we know it was informed. Rue's arms folded across her body again. Defensive, cold, trying not to shake. Someone inside the hotel. Or someone who knows it well. That's not better. No. Her eyes moved toward the empty window frames. There was a different kind of pain in her now. Not only grief. Betrayal beginning to take root. The Bennett Grand was her home, her fortress, her last battlefield, and someone who knew its bones had walked through it in the dark and heard it exactly where she would feel the cut. That kind of violation did not leave bruises. It left suspicion. Get me the footage. I told Damien. Every angle. Already being pulled. Access logs. Keycard data is messy. Old system. Some doors still use physical keys. Rue's jaw tightened. Of course. Old hotel. Old locks. Beautiful weakness everywhere. I told maintenance we needed the digital conversion last year, she said quietly. We couldn't afford it. She did not say the rest. I heard it anyway. Couldn't afford safety. Couldn't afford protection. Couldn't afford the kind of security my properties took for granted because I had never believed sentiment should be left undefended. That changes today, I said. Her head turned. No. I looked at her. She looked right back. Even devastated, she found room to fight me. Inconvenient woman. No? I asked. You are not turning this place into one of your private fortresses because someone broke glass. Someone invaded a restricted wing, avoided surveillance, and destroyed property under active transition. Historic property. My point stands. So does mine. I stepped closer, lowering my voice so Damien would not become part of the argument. This is not about decor, Rue. Her breath caught again at her name, only slightly. Enough, I noticed. This is about access, I continued. Who has it? Who abuses it? Who gets close enough to break what matters before anyone stops them? Something flickered in her eyes. Fear. Not for herself. Still not for herself. For 90 years, she said, people have walked through this hotel and felt welcomed. And last night someone walked through it and knew exactly how not to be seen. She looked away first. Not because she agreed, because she did. That small surrender should have satisfied me. It did not. Nothing about winning against her felt clean. Damien's phone buzzed. He glanced down. Restoration specialist can be here tomorrow morning. Best in the state for historical stained glass. He'll need photographs, original color references, any records of prior repairs. Rue blinked. Once. Then again. You found someone already? I kept my voice flat. I said I would. Her gaze came to me slowly. There it was again. That dangerous softness trying to breach the wall between us. I disliked it. I disliked more that I wanted it to stay. She has the archives, Damien said. Rue nodded once, almost mechanically. I'll pull the photographs. Not now, her eyes sharpened. Excuse me? You are exhausted. I am busy. You are grieving. The words came out before I could make them colder. Rue went very still. Damien looked suddenly fascinated by his phone. Her voice dropped. You don't get to name what I am. No, but I can recognize it. The hallway tightened around us. For a second, I thought she might finally cry. She didn't. Rue Bennett seemed built to turn tears into weapons and swallow the blood afterward. She bent, grabbed a folder Tom must have left near the wall, and held it to her chest like armor. I'll have the photos ready by morning. Then she walked out of the West Wing without waiting for permission. I watched her go until she disappeared around the corner. Damien waited 3 full seconds. Problem? Many. I meant her. So did I. He wisely said nothing. By midnight, the West Wing was quiet. The broken glass had been photographed, documented, and left undisturbed under temporary barriers. Security covered both entrances. Access logs were incomplete. Physical keys were being counted. Staff lists were being cross-checked. The saboteur had known the hotel. That narrowed the field and widened the problem. I should have been in my office reviewing names. Instead, I stood in the West Wing beneath temporary work lights, studying photographs of stained glass spread across a covered utility table. Rue had delivered them herself around 10 and left without a word. A neat stack. Labeled. Organized by year, panel, color notes, and restoration history. Even angry, she was thorough. Especially angry, perhaps. I picked up one photo from decades ago. Arthur Bennett stood in the frame beside the restored panels, older than in the lobby portrait, but with the same stubborn set to his shoulders. A child stood near him, small hand in his, dark hair tied with a ribbon, face lifted toward the colored light as if it had answered a question. Rue, young, trusting, unbroken by banks, debt, and men like me. A sound came from the corridor. I did not turn. You should not be here alone. Rue stopped at the threshold. I could say the same to you. I'm rarely alone. Her gaze moved to the shadows where security waited out of sight. Of course. She stepped inside. No blazer now. Just a soft ivory blouse tucked into dark trousers, hair loosened slightly from the day, exhaustion under her eyes, and stubbornness still holding her upright. That combination was becoming a problem. You said you were done for the night. I lied. I noticed you do that. Badly. I do many things badly when my windows are smashed. They are not windows. Her expression shifted. I set the photograph down. Not to you. She looked at me like she wanted to mistrust the sentence and could not find the lie fast enough, so she chose anger. Safer. What are you doing? Learning what was lost. That sounds dangerously close to caring. It's closer to strategy. Comforting. I'd hate for humanity to infect the room. I should have let it pass. Instead, I said, "You want me human again?" The air changed. Immediately. Rue's lips parted, then closed. Her gaze dropped to the photographs, but not before I saw the answer cross her face. Yes. No. Absolutely not. Too late. She moved beside the table and began straightening photos that did not need straightening. This one has the clearest color balance. The specialist will need it. I looked at her hands. Careful. Still not entirely steady. A tiny red mark near her sleeve caught the light. Stop. She froze. If you tell me to rest again, I may become violent. There is glass on your sleeve. Her eyes dropped. A small shard, no larger than a thorn, clung to the fabric near her wrist. Not embedded, not dangerous if handled correctly. Dangerous enough if she brushed it the wrong way. I'll get it. No. Her gaze lifted. Xander. My name in her mouth was a mistake I wanted repeated. I stepped closer. Slowly. Giving her time to move away. She did not. The West Wing was silent, except for the faint hum of temporary lights and the distant murmur of security near the doors. I reached for her sleeve, paused, asked without words. Her throat moved. Then she gave one small nod. I pinched the shard carefully between two fingers and drew it free. A simple thing. Nothing. A piece of glass removed from fabric, except her wrist was inches from my hand. Except her breath caught when my knuckles brushed her skin. Except I could feel the heat of her, the tension in her body, the war she was fighting, not to step closer or shove me away. I should have stepped back. I did not. The glass shard rested in my palm like a tiny piece of ruined color. Rue looked down at it, then up at me. Her eyes were too bright, too tired, too dangerous. Thank you, she whispered. The words barely existed. They still found a way under my skin. You're welcome. My voice was rougher than it should have been. Her gaze dropped to my mouth, only for a fraction of a second, enough to ruin me. I moved without meaning to, not far, just closer. The space between us disappeared into something thin and hot and breakable. Rue did not move away. Her fingers curled against the edge of the table. Don't, she said, but it was not a command, it was a plea. Maybe to me, maybe to herself. I looked at her mouth, then her eyes. If I kiss you now, I said quietly, you will hate me for it. Her breath trembled. I already hate you. No. I lifted my hand, stopping just short of touching her face. You're trying to. That was the truth. And it cut both ways. For one long, reckless second, she leaned almost imperceptibly toward me. Almost. The same word that had followed us since the beginning. Then, she pulled back. Not far. Enough. Her face hardened, but I had already seen what came before it. This changes nothing, she said. I lowered my hand. No. You still bought my hotel. Yes. You still think control fixes everything. Usually, it does. Her laugh came out broken and soft. At least you're consistent. Not as much as I was. That made her look at me again. Too quickly. Too carefully. I should not have said it. I had no business giving her that piece of honesty in a corridor full of shattered inheritance. She took one step back, then another. I'm gonna bed. Good. Do not sound so relieved. I'm not relieved. What are you? I looked at the broken panels, the photographs, the tiny shard still lying in my palm, then at her. Angry. Her expression changed. Because of the glass? Because someone knew where to hurt you. The words landed between us with more force than I intended. Rue went still. For once, she had no sharp answer ready. I closed my fist around the shard, careful not to let it cut. Sleep, Rue. She turned away, but stopped at the doorway. For a second, I thought she might look back. She did not. Good night, Xander. Then she left me alone with the broken light. And the unpleasant certainty that whoever had done this had not just attacked my hotel. They had touched something I was already beginning to consider mine to protect.
Chapter 5. By morning, the Bennett Grand had guards at the doors, cameras in the corners, and the warmth of a beautiful woman being fitted for a coffin. I stood behind the front desk watching one of Xander's security men check IDs beside the brass luggage carts, and every nerve in my body wanted to scream. The hotel had never looked more expensive. It had never felt less like itself. Guests moved through the lobby with careful curiosity, pretending not to notice the black-suited men near the entrances. Staff carried trays, answered phones, and smiled too brightly because fear had become another uniform we all had to wear. This was what Xander did. He protected things by surrounding them with power until they could no longer breathe. A guard stepped in front of Mr. Holloway, who had been staying at the Bennett Grand every spring for 29 years, and asked for his room key before letting him use the old brass elevator. I was across the lobby before the poor man could finish looking insulted. Mr. Holloway does not need to be questioned. The guard looked at me, unimpressed. New protocol. Mr. Holloway is a guest, not a hostage. Mr. Holloway adjusted his glasses, clearly unsure whether to be flattered or terrified. The guard's eyes shifted over my shoulder. I did not have to turn around to know Xander was there. The lobby always changed when he entered it. People straightened. Conversations lowered. Even the air seemed to put on a darker suit. "Problem?" Xander asked. I turned. Of course he looked calm. Beautifully dressed, cold-eyed, impossible. The kind of man who could turn a lobby into occupied territory and call it procedure. "Yes. Your men are making my guests feel like they need a passport to reach the elevator. Guests like safety when they can afford it. Guests like warmth, too." His gaze held mine. A flicker moved between us. Not warmth, not quite. Memory. His hand near my wrist last night. The glass shard between his fingers. The almost kiss that still lived too close under my skin. No matter how violently I tried to bury it, I hated that the memory had survived the night. I hated more that he looked like he remembered it too. Then his face closed. "Security stays. This hotel was breached. This hotel was wounded," I snapped. "Do not punish it by making it unrecognizable." His expression sharpened. For a moment, I thought he would answer. Then Leah hurried toward us from the front desk, phone in hand, face pale. "Rue," that tone. My body tightened before she reached me. "What happened?" "The paint supplier just called. They said you canceled the West Wing delivery." "I did not." "I know. I told them that. But they said the cancellation came from our office email." My stomach dropped. Xander held out his hand. "Show me." Leah handed him the phone. I bristled instantly. She was talking to me. "And now I'm solving it." "You mean taking over?" His eyes lifted. "If you would prefer to argue while your delivery disappears, continue." I pressed my lips together hard enough to hurt. He turned slightly, speaking into the phone with a voice so controlled it made the woman on the other end start apologizing within 15 seconds. He got the order reinstated, demanded the original email forwarded, and ended the call before anyone had time to breathe. Efficient. Infuriatingly efficient. Leah looked relieved. I hated that too. "Forward the email to Damien," Xander told her. She nodded and hurried off. I faced him. "Do not give orders to my staff like they belong to you. They work in my hotel. They trust me. That is why they still listen when you tell them not to panic." The words should have been an insult. They sounded like observation. That was worse. Before I could answer, Tom came in from the service corridor with his cap in his hands. He was supposed to be checking plumbing in the second-floor guest bathrooms. He looked like he had found a body. "Rue, we've got another problem." I almost laughed. The sound rose in my throat and died there. "What now?" "Paint shipment that came early? The one that was canceled?" "No, the backup order." He glanced at Xander. "It arrived damaged, every can. Lids loosened, labels stripped, 2 of them leaking all over the truck. The lobby tilted just a little. One ruined delivery could be a mistake. 2 issues before 9 in the morning was not." Xander's face lost the last trace of human expression. "Where?" "Loading dock." He looked at Damien, who had appeared near the concierge desk like a summoned shadow. "Secure it. Photos first. Nobody touches anything." Damien moved. I followed. Xander caught my arm before I made it 2 steps. Not hard. Not painful. Still enough to stop me. The contact shot straight through my body, and anger followed because it was easier than whatever else had sparked beneath my skin. Let go. He did. Immediately. That bothered me more than if he had argued. Evidence, he said. My hotel. My investigation. My name on the line. His eyes cooled. That remains to be seen. For 1 second I did not understand. Then I did. My stomach turned cold. You think I did this? No. The answer came too fast. Too clean. But not enough. You paused. I calculate. You paused. He stepped closer, lowering his voice. I think someone wants the delays connected to you. That is not what I asked. No, he said. It is the answer that matters. I stared at him, feeling something sharp and humiliating gather behind my ribs. Last night he had stood close enough to kiss me and said someone knew where to hurt me. This morning he was already leaving room for evidence to put a knife in my hand. He was not a lover. He was not even a friend. He was a don, and men like him trusted locks, ledgers, and proof more than anything with a pulse. I would never hurt this hotel. His expression did not change. I know you love it. That is not the same as believing me. A flash moved through his eyes. Gone before I could name its fate. In my world, he said quietly, belief without evidence gets people killed. Maybe your world is the problem. The words landed between us like shattered glass. He did not flinch. I wished he had. I turned before he could see how deeply he had cut and walked toward the loading dock without waiting for permission, evidence, or one more cold Romano truth. Behind me, I heard his footsteps follow. By noon, the hotel had become a machine for bad news. The damaged paint was photographed and hauled aside. The supplier swore the cans had left intact. The cancellation email had been sent from an internal account no one claimed to have accessed. A contractor scheduled for the West Wing quit by text, saying he, quote, didn't want trouble. 2 invoices disappeared from the shared renovation folder and reappeared in the wrong account under my approval initials. Mine. Not forged well enough to fool me, forged well enough to make people whisper. I heard the first rumor near the service elevator. 2 contractors stood behind a stack of covered furniture, speaking in low voices that carried because old hotels loved betrayal. She's trying to slow him down. Wouldn't blame her. He bought the place out from under her. Still, messing with orders? That's desperate. My hand tightened around the clipboard I was carrying. I stepped around the furniture. Both men froze. Desperate is discussing a woman's reputation behind an antique sofa and thinking she won't hear you. One of them swallowed. Miss Bennett, we didn't mean, you meant every word. You just didn't mean to get caught. The second man looked past me. I knew who he saw before I turned. Xander stood 10 feet away, silent. Watching. Always watching. My humiliation burned hotter because he had heard it too. Good. Let him hear what his evidence first world had already started doing. Say it, I told him. The contractors wisely escaped the second I stopped looking at them. Xander did not move. Say what? That you know I didn't do this. His jaw tightened slightly. Not enough. Not nearly enough. I know you love the hotel. Pain flared so bright I almost smiled from it. There it is again. Rue. No, do not use my name like that. I stepped toward him, fury holding me together where dignity wanted to crack. I would burn myself before I burned this hotel. His eyes darkened. I did not accuse you. You did something worse. My voice dropped. You left space for other people too. For once, he had no immediate answer. That should have satisfied me. It didn't. Because silence from Xander Romano did not feel like victory. It felt like standing alone in a room full of men already deciding how guilty grief could look. I shoved the clipboard against his chest. He caught it. Investigate your evidence. I'm going to find mine. Then I walked away before he could stop me. Before I could look back. Before the traitorous aching part of me could admit that I had wanted him to choose me without proof. And maybe that was the most dangerous thing Xander Romano had done to me so far. He had made me want something from him. I found my evidence in a drawer nobody had bothered to search because everyone else was too busy watching me bleed in public. The old employee records room sat behind accounting, tucked between a supply closet and a wall of dead filing cabinets that had outlived 3 software systems, 2 general managers, and 1 spectacularly ugly carpet renovation in 2006. It smelled like dust, paper, and resentment. Appropriate. I flipped on the light and shoved the door shut behind me hard enough to rattle the frosted glass panel. For 5 whole seconds, I let myself breathe. Not cry. Not break. Breathe. Then I pulled the first access binder from the shelf and dropped it onto the table. If Xander wanted proof, fine, I would give him proof. Not because I owed him anything. Because I refused to let a whisper become a rope around my throat. My initials were on those approvals. My name was sliding into people's mouths like a convenient excuse. Poor Rue. Angry Rue. Desperate Rue. Maybe she ruined her own hotel to spite the man who bought it. The thought made me work faster. I dragged out old contractor logs, employee exit files, maintenance access sheets, badge replacement requests, anything tied to West Wing entry, supplier systems, storage codes, and after-hours approvals. The Bennett Grand had many weaknesses, but one thing my grandfather had insisted on was paperwork. If people lie, he used to say, make sure the paper remembers. Tonight, I needed the paper to remember for me. An hour passed. Maybe 2. The hotel carried on beyond the door, muffled and nervous. Phones rang. Carts rolled. Somewhere, a guest laughed too loudly, and the sound made me ache. Because once, laughter in this hotel had not felt like something we were borrowing before disaster noticed. I found the first mismatch in a stack of old badge logs. A keycard access entry tied to a retired employee number. Used after hours. Not just once. 3 times in the past week. My pulse sharpened. I pulled the old file box from the lower cabinet, the one marked inactive employees, PR. My fingers moved too fast. Parker. Patel. Perry. Price. I stopped. The name sat there like a cockroach in the light. Calvin Price. Former assistant manager. Terminated 4 years ago. No. Not terminated. Resigned. Before formal review. I still remembered the day he left. His smile had been oily even then, his anger wrapped in charm, his ambition too hungry for a hotel that required loyalty before ego. Calvin had wanted authority over vendor approvals, guest upgrades, staff schedules, and private event commissions. He had called it efficiency. I had called it what it was: side deals. Kickbacks. A hand in every drawer. He had hated me for blocking him, hated my grandfather for believing me, hated the Bennett Grand for not making him important enough. My chair scraped back as I stood, the file trembled in my hand. Not from fear. From recognition. The door opened before I reached it. Xander filled the frame. I should have been startled. I was only angry that some part of me had known he would find me. His eyes went from my face to the file in my hand. What did you find? I held the folder tighter. Evidence. Show me. No. His gaze lifted. Rue. There was my name again. Low. Controlled. Too intimate for a records room full of dust and old grudges. I hated that my body reacted before my pride did. You don't get to demand proof from me and then order me around when I find it. I'm not ordering you. You always sound like you're ordering people. That is because people usually waste time. I laughed once, humorless. Charming. His eyes did not move from mine. Show me. For 1 second, I considered refusing just to punish him. Then I remembered the contractors whispering. The initials forged badly enough to wound me. The stained glass broken across the floor. I shoved the folder against his chest. He took it without comment. Read. The silence stretched. I watched his face for a reaction. Regret, maybe. Apology. Vindication. Something human enough to soothe the ugly place inside me that still hurt because he had left room for doubt. But Xander Romano did not give easy reactions. His expression simply sharpened. Calvin Price. You know him? No, I do. He looked up. He was assistant manager before I took over fully. He wanted control over vendor relationships, private event contracts, guest upgrades, anything money touched. My grandfather trusted him until I found out Calvin was pressuring suppliers for cash favors and steering event clients toward outside services he secretly profited from. Xander's jaw tightened. Good. At least corruption still offended him when it was useful. I refused to protect him. He resigned before we could make it official. He blamed me. And his badge? Should have been deactivated. Was it? I looked at the access sheet. My stomach sank. Yes. On paper. Xander's eyes cooled. He pulled out his phone. Damien, he said when the call connected. Run Calvin Price. Former Bennett Grand assistant manager. I want current employer, known associates, financials, property links, recent communications, if you can get them clean. Then Xander's gaze returned to mine. Now. He ended the call. I folded my arms. Clean? You don't want the answer. Because it's illegal? Because you'll argue. I argue because people keep doing things worth arguing about. His mouth almost moved. Almost. This was not the moment for almost. I hated almost. The phone buzzed less than 6 minutes later. Xander answered on speaker. Damien's voice came through flat and precise. Calvin Price currently consults for Harrow Development. The name landed like a slap. I knew Harrow. Everyone did. They had tried to buy the Bennett Grand before Xander. A developer with too much money, too little taste, and a habit of turning historic buildings into luxury shells that kept one original wall so they could call it preservation. Xander's gaze met mine. Damien continued. Harrow submitted an offer on the Bennett Grand 6 weeks before Romano Holdings acquired it. Lower amount, contingent on condemnation concessions and rezoning approvals. My blood chilled. They wanted the hotel declared unsafe, I whispered. Xander's eyes went dark. Yes, and now someone is trying to make that happen. For one terrible second, I saw the shape of it. The ruined glass, the canceled order, the damaged paint, the missing invoices, my initials. Not random, not scattered. A pattern forming around my throat. I sat down before my knees could do something humiliating. Xander noticed. He noticed everything, but he did not comment. Instead, he pulled out the chair across from me and opened another binder. We start from the beginning. I looked at him. We? Yes. I'm still angry with you, I assumed. That doesn't bother you? It would be inefficient to require your affection before using your competence. I stared at him. Then, against every reasonable instinct in my body, I almost laughed. His gaze sharpened like he had heard it anyway. Don't look pleased. I'm not pleased. You look pleased. I look focused. You look smug. I often do. I did laugh then, small, exhausted, accidental. The sound surprised both of us. It disappeared quickly, but not before the room changed. Not safer, but less lonely. We worked until the hotel quieted around us. Damien brought copied access logs. Xander brought digital approval trails. I brought 4 years of employee history and a memory for grudges no software could match. We spread everything across his temporary office, because the records room was too small, too dusty, and too full of ghosts. Somewhere around midnight, takeout appeared without Xander leaving the desk. Chinese food in white cartons. 2 forks. No comment. I was too tired to refuse food on principle. "This is terrible," I said after the first bite. "You're eating it." I said terrible, not useless. He reviewed a timestamp. "That distinction explains a lot about you. Your insults need work." That was an observation. "Your observations need work." His eyes lifted. Dry. Dangerous. A little too alive. I looked down first and pretended to study an invoice. The hours blurred after that. Numbers. Names. Files. Calvin's old access requests. Harrow's timing. A forged approval that carried my initials but used an old format I had not used in 3 years. "There," I murmured, tapping the page. "That signature block is wrong." Xander leaned closer. His sleeve brushed mine. A simple touch, barely anything. My body noticed like it was starving. I stilled. So did he. Neither of us moved away immediately. Then he reached for the paper and said, voice lower, "Good catch." Ridiculous. How much those 2 words warmed something in me. I blamed exhaustion. By 2 a.m, the lines on the page began to swim. I rubbed my eyes. Xander looked up from his laptop. "Sleep?" "No. You're swaying in a chair." "I'm thinking. You're losing a fight with gravity. I don't take orders. Clearly, I'm resting my eyes for 10 minutes. That is sleep. That is strategy. I meant to prove him wrong. Instead, the sofa near the wall pulled me under like deep water. The last thing I remembered was the low sound of Xander's voice on the phone, colder than winter, telling someone to find every door Calvin Price had touched. When I woke, the office was dim. Morning had not arrived yet, but the dark had thinned around the windows. For a moment, I did not know where I was. Then I felt the weight over my shoulders. Black wool. Warm. Expensive. Xander's jacket. I sat up slowly. He was still at the desk. Still awake. Shirt sleeves rolled now. Jaw shadowed with exhaustion. Eyes fixed on the door instead of the laptop. Guarding it. Guarding me. Something foolish and painful moved in my chest. He did not look at me when he spoke. "Go back to sleep, Rue." And the worst part was, for one dangerous second, I wanted to listen.
Chapter 6. Rue Bennett woke under my jacket like she had no idea she was becoming dangerous to me. That was a problem. Not the sleeping, not the exhaustion, not even the fact that she had folded herself into the corner of my office sofa sometime after 2 a.m. and passed out with one hand still curled around a forged invoice like she might strangle it in her dreams. The problem was that I had covered her. The bigger problem was that I had stayed awake afterward. Not because of the files, not because of Calvin Price, not because Harrow Development had decided to test my patience with amateur sabotage and old grudges. I stayed awake because Rue was asleep in a room with a glass door, and somewhere inside the Bennett Grand was a person who knew its blind spots. That explanation was practical, reasonable, acceptable. It was also incomplete. She stirred again beneath my jacket, dark hair loosened from the severe knot she had worn all day, cheek pressed against the back of the sofa, lashes shadowing the bruised exhaustion beneath her eyes. She looked younger in sleep, not soft. Rue Bennett did not look soft, even unconscious. She looked like a woman who had fought until her body betrayed her and hated the betrayal. A small frown pulled at her mouth. I looked away. Too late, I had already noticed. She sat up suddenly, disoriented, gripping the edge of the jacket before realization hit. Her eyes moved from the office, to the windows, to the door, then finally to me. I was at my desk, still watching the entrance. Her expression shifted. Confusion, embarrassment, suspicion, then outrage, because outrage was her favorite shelter. "Did you sleep?" she asked. "No." Her eyes narrowed. "Why?" Someone had to watch the door. The answer landed exactly where I expected, right in the place she kept trying to protect from me. Her fingers tightened once in my jacket before she shoved it off her shoulders and stood. "I didn't ask you to do that." "I know. You could have woken me. You were unconscious. I was resting my eyes. For 4 hours. That was an aggressive rest." I looked back at my laptop before my mouth could betray me with anything close to a smile. She picked up my jacket and crossed the room with it. Every step looked like pride fighting sleep and losing by inches. She held it out. I took it. Our fingers did not touch. We both noticed. That irritated me. You're welcome. I did not say thank you. I noticed. Her chin lifted. Then why are you accepting one? Because eventually, reality should become familiar to you. She stared at me like she wanted to throw the nearest stapler. Good. Anger was easier. Anger had boundaries. Whatever had passed between us in the West Wing last night had not. Rue turned away first and went straight for the files on my desk. What did you find? I allowed the subject change because I needed it as much as she did. Calvin's access trail overlaps with 4 incidents. The badge number tied to his old employee file was used after hours near the West Wing, service elevator, loading dock, and accounting corridor. She went still. Accounting? Yes. That explains the invoice changes. It may explain them. She looked at me sharply. Still allergic to certainty? Still alive because of caution. Her mouth tightened. The old wound from yesterday had not healed. She still remembered that I had left space for doubt when the hotel began whispering her name beside sabotage. I remembered too. More than I wanted. Damien knocked once and entered without waiting. We have the maintenance contractor downstairs. Rue turned. The one who quit? The assistant, not the lead. His statement changed. My attention sharpened. Bring him in. Rue folded her arms. He's staff adjacent. You're not interrogating him alone. I wasn't planning to. That surprised her. Good. Let her wonder. The young man Damien brought in looked barely old enough to shave without injury. His uniform shirt had a maintenance swipe company logo on it, and fear had turned his skin gray beneath the lobby light. Rue recognized him immediately. Evan. His eyes jumped to her. Miss Bennett, I didn't. Sit down. He sat. Rue shot me a look. I ignored it. Evan clasped his hands between his knees. I didn't break anything. I swear. No one said you did, Rue said. I watched the boy's shoulders ease at her voice. Interesting. People trusted her even when terrified. That kind of loyalty could not be manufactured. It could only be earned badly, slowly, over time. Tell us what you were paid for. His eyes filled with panic. Rue inhaled sharply. Evan looked at her, shame breaking through the fear. I'm sorry. For what? She asked. I didn't know it was going to get this bad. My fingers stilled on the pen. Rue's face changed. What did you do? Evan swallowed. A man contacted me after we got assigned here, said he worked with a development consultant, said they needed access schedule information. Nothing big, just which crews were coming in, which doors were still on old locks when the West Wing was empty. Rue's color drained. The room grew very still. Did he give you a name? I asked. No, but he knew Calvin. Rue looked at me. There it was, another thread tightening around the same throat. How much? I asked. Evan looked down. 2,000. Rue made a small sound. Not disgust. Hurt. That hurt moved through the room with more force than anger. Evan, she said quietly, you could have come to me. His face crumpled. My mom's rent was overdue. I wasn't thinking. He said it was just corporate research. I didn't know about the glass. I didn't know they'd frame you. So you knew about the forged approvals? I asked. His silence answered first. Rue stepped back like someone had shoved her. My temper cooled into something far more useful. Speak. Evan flinched. He asked me for old email templates, signature blocks, nothing current. I thought maybe they were checking records. I didn't know they would use Miss Bennett's initials. Rue turned away. Only halfway, enough to hide her face from Evan, not from me. Her pain was precise now. Not general betrayal, but the injury of someone who had spent years protecting people and had been sold in pieces for rent money. I should have felt nothing but strategic interest. Instead, I wanted the name of the man who had put that expression on her face, and I wanted him brought to me slowly. Damien, I said, already recording. Get him out of here. Full written statement. No police yet. Rue turned sharply. No police? Not until I know who else is involved. That sounds convenient. It is strategic. It sounds like control. It is that too. Her eyes flashed. Good. Fight me. Do not stand there wounded by boys too weak to come to you before selling your trust. Evan stood, shaking. Miss Bennett, I'm so sorry. Rue looked at him for a long second. Then she said, I know. His relief was immediate. She continued, that does not make it harmless. The boy lowered his head. Damien took him out. When the door closed, Rue pressed her fingers against the edge of my desk. He's 19, old enough to take money, desperate enough to be stupid. Both can be true. She laughed once without humor. You must love that. What? When people are desperate, makes them easy to buy. The words had teeth because she meant herself too. I stood, slowly. Desperation is expensive. It costs more than money. She looked at me then, really looked, suspicious, tired, reluctantly listening. Loyalty matters most when money fails, I added. Something shifted in her face. Not trust, but confusion, as if I had stepped somewhere she had not expected me to stand. Before either of us could speak again, thunder cracked over the city. The office lights flickered once. Rue glanced toward the windows. Rain struck the glass hard enough to blur the lobby beyond. Storm's early, she said. The forecast said evening. The Bennett Grand has always had dramatic timing. Another flicker. Longer this time. A distant shout came from the lobby. Rue was moving before anyone called for her. I followed. Downstairs, the hotel had shifted into controlled chaos. Emergency lights glowed near the service hall. Guests murmured near the front desk. Staff moved quickly, trained by years of old building emergencies and Rue Bennett's impossible standards. Leah met us near the concierge desk. Partial outage in the west corridor and service elevator bank. Backup lights are on, but the elevator access panel is blinking. Rue's expression sharpened. The service elevator connects to the west wing, and the loading dock. Her eyes came to mine. Same conclusion, same moment. I turned to Damien, but Rue was already heading toward the service corridor. No, she did not slow down. I wasn't asking. That area may be compromised. Exactly why I'm going. Rue, she stopped, turning so fast her hair slipped further from its pins. Do not make the mistake of confusing me with someone who waits behind men while her hotel is in trouble. The corridor lights flickered again. Her face flashed pale, then gold, then shadow. Beautiful, furious, unreasonable, impossible. I should have ordered her back. Instead, I walked past her and opened the service corridor door. Then move. Her eyes narrowed, like she knew I had just changed tactics and hated that it worked. We moved fast down the narrow hall, past stacked linens and old pipes vibrating with storm pressure. Rain hammered somewhere beyond the brick. The lights flickered overhead in sick, uneven pulses. At the service elevator, the access panel blinked red. Rue crouched beside it before I could stop her. Old wiring, she muttered, or someone forced a reset. Can you tell which? I can if I get to the control panel below. No, she looked up at me. I looked down at her. The thunder hit again, closer this time. The elevator doors slid open by themselves. Dark inside, waiting. Rue stood slowly. That is not supposed to happen, she said. The lights flickered once more, then went out completely. The lights went out. Rue inhaled sharply. Not a scream, not panic, just one quick, involuntary breath before darkness swallowed the service corridor whole. The emergency strip near the floor flickered red, failed, then came back weakly enough to turn everything into shadow and blood-colored edges. Rain hammered the building. Somewhere above us, a pipe groaned like the Bennett Grand had finally lost patience with all of us. The service elevator doors stayed open. Dark. Waiting. I reached for Rue before I could think better of it. My hand closed around her wrist. This time, she did not tell me to let go. That told me enough. Back. Her pulse jumped beneath my fingers. The control panel. Can wait. No, it can't. If someone forced a reset, then stepping into an unstable elevator is a poor way to prove you're right. She looked at me through the dim red glow, rain flashing behind the narrow service window beyond her shoulder. I thought you liked proof. I prefer living witnesses. The corner of her mouth twitched despite the fear. Was that concern? Strategy. You keep using that word when you mean feelings. I rarely mean feelings. Liar. The word landed softly. Too softly. Then the elevator gave a low mechanical shudder. Rue's eyes cut toward it. The doors started to close. Wait. She pulled against my hold. If it closes, we lose access. Rue, she slipped free and stepped forward. I moved with her, because apparently my judgment had suffered severe damage since buying this hotel. She caught the door edge with one hand, leaned in, and reached toward the inner control panel. Don't. Then help. Impossible, woman. I stepped into the elevator first, bracing one hand against the side panel while she leaned past me to check the controls. The interior smelled faintly of oil, old metal, and rain-wet dust. The emergency light inside flickered overhead in a weak amber pulse. Rue pressed 2 buttons. Nothing. She frowned. It's stuck between reset and manual. Recall. Meaning? Meaning someone may have interfered with the access system, or this building is 80 years old and choosing violence. The doors slid shut behind us. Slow. Final. Rue spun. No. The elevator dropped. Only a few inches. Enough. Rue stumbled into me, and I caught her hard against my chest as the car jolted to a stop. The emergency light flickered, then steadied. Silence crushed in around us. Small space. Storm outside. Her body against mine, my hand at her waist. Her fingers twisted in my shirt. For a second, neither of us breathed. Then she lifted her head. Her face was too close, her mouth too close, her eyes furious and wide and lit by fear she would rather die than name. I forced my hand open and released her waist, slowly. We're stopped. Brilliant assessment. You're shaking. I am not. You are. It's the elevator. The elevator is not shaking anymore. She glared at me. Good. Anger helped her breathe. I reached for the emergency call button. Static hissed. No voice. Rue closed her eyes for 1 second. When she opened them, I saw it. The first crack in her control. Not weakness. Memory. This elevator used to get stuck when I was little, she said quietly. My grandfather would tell me stories until maintenance got us out. I kept my voice even. What kind of stories? Ridiculous ones. Ghost brides, secret tunnels, a prince who checked into room 602 and fell in love with a chambermaid who stole his cufflinks. Did she return them? No. She sold them and bought the hotel. Smart woman. Rue looked at me, and for one moment the fear loosened around her mouth. Then thunder cracked so close the elevator trembled. She flinched. I moved before she could hide it, not touching her. Close enough that she could take the steadiness if she needed it and reject it if she didn't. She noticed the choice. Something in her face changed because of it. Why did you really buy it? She asked. The question came low, raw, not from the fight. From the dark, I knew what answer she expected. Location, value, control, all true, all incomplete. The land is strategic, I said. The building has market power. The acquisition blocked Harrow from gaining a dangerous foothold near my other properties. She gave a small, bitter laugh. There he is. I wasn't finished. Her eyes lifted. I looked at the old brass doors, at the worn paneling, at the reflection of us distorted in the dim metal. Her, tired and furious. Me, standing too close to a woman I should have kept categorized as an asset complication. The first time I walked through the Bennett Grand, it looked like something that had survived being loved badly. Rue went still. The words cost more than I wanted them to. I continued anyway. Not neglected, not worthless, just held together by people who cared without enough power to protect what they loved. Her throat moved. That sounds almost human, Xander. I'll recover. She did not smile. Her eyes had gone too bright. I thought if I worked hard enough, I could keep it alive, she whispered. Like if I just answered one more phone call, begged one more vendor, covered one more payroll gap, polished one more crack out of the marble, he wouldn't be gone. Arthur Bennett. She did not have to say his name. Grief had won. He trusted me with this place, she said, and I still lost it. You held it longer than anyone else would have. She shook her head. You don't know that. I know what collapse looks like. This wasn't collapse. This was one woman standing under a roof, already falling and refusing to move until everyone else got out safely. Her breath caught. The elevator seemed to shrink around the sound. Don't do that, she said. What? Make me feel seen by the man who took it. That should have stopped me. It didn't. I didn't take it from you. Her eyes flashed. You bought it from the people who did. That does not make you innocent. No. The honesty hit harder than denial would have. She stared at me. Rain battered the shaft somewhere beyond the walls. The emergency light flickered once, throwing her face into shadow, then amber, then shadow again. Why are you looking at me like that? She whispered. Because I wanted her. Because that had become clear sometime between broken glass and 4 a.m. Because she was impossible, exhausted, loyal to the point of self-destruction, and standing in my elevator, making me feel like ownership was the least interesting thing I had ever possessed. I said none of that. Instead, I stepped closer. She did not move back. Like what? Like you're deciding something. I am. Her fingers tightened at her sides. And it's a bad decision. Her breath trembled. Then don't make it. I should not. Say my name again. Not angry this time. Warning. Question. Invitation. Ruin. The elevator jolted. Rue grabbed me. I caught her with both hands. This time, neither of us pretended it was only balance. Her palms pressed against my chest. My hands spread at her back, her face tilted up. The last restraint inside me snapped cleanly in half. I kissed her. Not softly. Soft would have been a lie. This was anger and rain and fear, and two people who had been standing too close to the same fire for too long. Rue made one stunned sound against my mouth, then kissed me back like she hated me for making her want it, and hated herself more for not stopping. Her hands gripped my shirt. Mine went to her waist, careful even as control burned down to its foundations. She tasted like coffee, fury, and surrender she had not agreed to call surrender. The elevator, the storm, the sabotage, the hotel, all of it fell away beneath the force of her mouth moving against mine. Then I felt her tremble, not fear this time. Want, trusting me with it before she understood she had. That was what made me stop. I pulled back, breathing harder than I should have. Her lips were parted, her eyes dark, her hands still locked in my shirt. Why did you stop? She whispered. Because if I don't stop now, I will want more than you are ready to give. Her face changed, wounded, furious, soft in a way that would haunt me. The elevator lurched back to life. The lights flickered on, the doors opened to the service corridor, where Damien stood with 2 security men and a flashlight. Rue stepped away from me so fast it almost looked like escape. My phone buzzed. Unknown number. One message. I opened it. The words on the screen turned the heat in my blood to ice. Walk away from the Bennett Grand, or she gets hurt next. Rue saw my face. What is it? I looked at her. At the woman still breathing harder because I had kissed her. At the woman someone had just turned into a threat against me. I turned the phone so she could read it. Her color drained, and every dangerous thing in me went quiet.
Chapter 7. The first thing Xander Romano did after someone threatened me was stop looking like the man who had kissed me. That should have made me feel safer. It did not. It made me feel like I had stepped into the elevator with a dangerous man and come out beside a king preparing for war. The message still glowed on his phone. Walk away from the Bennett Grand, or she gets hurt next. She. Not the hotel. Not the renovation. Me. My name was not written there, but I felt it carved between every word. For one strange, suspended second, nobody moved in the service corridor. Damien stood near the elevator with a flashlight in one hand. 2 security men hovered behind him. Rain hammered the building. The lights above us flickered, bright, dim, bright again, as if the Bennett Grand itself could not decide whether to keep breathing. Xander looked at the message once. Only once. Then every trace of heat from the elevator disappeared from his face. His jaw settled. His eyes went cold. His body went still in a way that made the hallway feel too small for him. Lock down the building, he said. Damien moved instantly. Full lockdown? Now. My stomach tightened. Wait. Nobody waited. Damien was already speaking into his earpiece, voice low and sharp. All exterior doors secured. Staff entrance covered. Loading dock sealed. No contractor leaves until cleared. No new access without approval. Xander. He did not look at me. Pull every person who touched the service elevator access panel, he said. I want Calvin's contacts checked against every contractor on site. Move 2 men to Miss Bennett. Miss Bennett. Not Rue. Not the woman he had kissed 5 minutes ago like restraint had been burning him alive. Miss Bennett. The title hit colder than it should have. I said wait. This time he looked at me. The full force of his attention landed on my face, and I realized the kiss had changed nothing and everything at the same time. Before, Xander had wanted control of the hotel. Now someone had given him a reason to want control of me. Absolutely not. No. His expression did not move. No? No guards on me. Yes. Xander. This is not a negotiation. A laugh broke out of me, too sharp and too frightened to sound like anything but anger. Of course it isn't. Nothing with you ever is. His eyes darkened. Someone threatened to hurt you. And your answer is to turn me into another locked door? My answer is to keep you alive. My life is not another wing of this hotel for you to secure. The corridor went silent. Damien looked away first. Smart man. Xander stepped closer, not touching me, but near enough that the memory of his mouth still hovered between us like a match we had not fully put out. Do not fight me on survival, Rue. There it was. Rue again. The sound of my name in his mouth almost broke my concentration. Almost. I lifted my chin. Do not confuse survival with ownership. Something flickered across his face. Not anger. Recognition, like the words had landed where they were supposed to. Good, let them. Because if I did not draw the line now, Xander Romano would cross it in the name of protection and never understand why the cage still felt like a cage if the bars were polished. His voice lowered. Someone has already broken into restricted areas, destroyed the stained glass, compromised deliveries, used old access credentials, forged your initials, and paid people for information. Now they have sent a direct threat using you as leverage. I know what the message said. Then act like it. My chest tightened. Not because he was wrong, because he was terrified. He hid it beneath ice, command and control, but I saw the fear now. Not in his face. Xander would probably bleed out before letting fear touch his face. I saw it in how quickly he moved. How precisely, how completely he had stopped seeing the corridor as a hallway and started seeing it as a battlefield. I should not have noticed that. I should not have cared. I stepped back. I am acting general manager of this hotel. I have staff to calm, guests to protect, and a renovation schedule that cannot collapse every time someone tries to scare us. You will do all of that with security. I will not be followed through my own hotel by two men with guns. You will, the word cracked across the corridor. For the first time since I met him, Xander's calm sounded less like control, and more like something held down by force. I stared at him. He stared back. Rain beat harder against the windows. The building groaned around us. And the horrible truth was this. Part of me wanted to step behind him and let the whole world try to get through Xander Romano first. That part of me was exhausted. That part of me was scared. That part of me was not allowed to make decisions. I don't belong in your world. His eyes did something dangerous. You entered my world the moment someone decided hurting you was a way to reach me. That is not romantic. I did not say it was. It sounds like a threat. His gaze held mine. It is, just not to you. The words moved over my skin before I could stop them. I hated that too. Damien cleared his throat from a careful distance. Boss, lobby is secured. Contractors are being held in the East Conference area. Staff are asking questions. I turned before Xander could answer. I'll speak to them. No, I spun back. Try that again. You are not walking into a crowd until everyone is cleared. My staff is scared. And if someone in that crowd sold access again? The words struck hard. Evan's face flashed through my mind. 19. Ashamed. Desperate. Paid for schedules. Paid for details. Not evil. Still guilty. I hated how complicated betrayal could be. Xander saw the hesitation and used it, because of course he did. You can speak to them from the lobby stairs. My men will clear the room first. My men! The words tasted bitter. Do you hear yourself? Yes. And you are alive to be angry about it. I wanted to throw something at him. Instead, I walked past him. This time, he let me. But Damien and another guard fell in behind us before I made it 10 steps. I stopped. Looked over my shoulder. Xander stood in the corridor, phone in hand, eyes on mine. Not apologetic, not yielding. He was giving me space and guards at the same time. Infuriating man. Fine. But if they scare Mrs. Alvarez, I'm blaming you. His mouth did not move. but something in his eyes shifted. The hotel lobby looked different under lockdown. Not destroyed. Not panicked. Worse. Contained. Guests stood in murmuring clusters near the seating area. Staff hovered between service positions and fear. Xander's men controlled the doors with quiet efficiency. The front desk phones blinked unanswered until Leah rushed back into place, pale but steady. Every eye turned when I stepped onto the lower landing of the staircase. The same staircase Xander's people had once called an obstruction. Now it held me above the room like my grandfather had built it for this exact moment. Everyone listened to me. The lobby quieted. Xander appeared near the edge of the crowd, not beside me, not in front of me. Watching. Always watching. There was an electrical issue in the service corridor during the storm. No guests are injured, no staff are injured. Security is reviewing access as a precaution. Not a lie. Not the whole truth. The kind of sentence hotels survived on. A guest asked if they were in danger. My fingers tightened on the railing. No, Xander answered before I could. His voice carried through the lobby without effort. Every head turned toward him. He looked like a man built out of consequences. No one leaves through unsecured exits. No one enters without clearance. The hotel remains operational. I should have resented him stepping in. I did. But the fear in the room changed shape when he spoke. Not gone. Directed. Contained. Power did that. It made people believe the monster at the door had already chosen their side. I hated that I understood the appeal. Mrs. Alvarez caught my eye from near the concierge desk. "Are you all right?" I nodded. She did not believe me. Neither did I. Within an hour, the lockdown became procedure. Contractors complained until Damien's men made complaining feel unrewarding. Guests accepted complimentary coffee and dramatic weather as an explanation because rich people loved stories they could repeat later. Staff returned to tasks with the tense efficiency of people determined not to be caught helpless. I tried to do the same. Xander did not let me out of sight. Not physically, always. But his control followed me. A guard outside accounting. Another near the service hall. Damien checking in every 15 minutes. My phone buzzing with updates I had not requested. By late afternoon, I was ready to crawl out of my own skin. The reopening timeline was already fragile. The ballroom inspection had been scheduled for 4. If we missed it, the lighting repairs would push back, which would push back floor work, which would push back staging, which would give Harrow exactly the delays they wanted. So I took my clipboard and headed for the ballroom. One guard stepped into my path. "Miss Bennett," Mr. Romano said. "Mr. Romano says many things. He requested you not enter unsecured areas alone." "Wonderful! You're here. I'm not alone." The guard looked like he wanted to argue and liked being alive. He stepped aside. I entered the ballroom. The room was quieter than usual, the storm light turning the old floor silver. Ladders stood beneath the ceiling. Protective cloth covered the stage. The chandelier arms along the walls had been wrapped for rewiring. For 1 minute, I could breathe. This room still felt like the Bennett Grand. Scarred, threatened, not beaten. I walked to the center of the floor and looked up at the lighting rig scheduled for inspection. Something creaked above me. I froze. Not loud, not dramatic. A small sound. Metal shifting against strain. My fingers tightened around the clipboard. Then another sound came. Lower. Sharper. A bolt hitting wood. I looked down. A small piece of hardware rolled across the ballroom floor and stopped against my shoe. Behind me, a voice went deadly quiet. "Rue." Xander stood in the doorway, eyes fixed above my head. And this time, when fear crossed his face, he did not hide it fast enough. That was what made me move. Not the creak, not the bolt at my shoe, not the sudden, sickening groan from the rig overhead. His fear. Raw, immediate, Mine. Move, he snapped. The lighting rig tore loose before my body obeyed. 1 second. I was standing in the center of the ballroom with a clipboard in my hand and denial in my throat. The next, Xander hit me like a storm in a black suit. His arm locked around my waist. My feet left the floor. The world became motion. Hard muscle, his breath at my ear, my clipboard flying, metal screaming above us as he dragged me backward with terrifying force. The rig crashed down where I had been standing. Glass burst. Wood cracked. A ladder toppled. The sound was monstrous inside the ballroom, violent enough to shake dust from the ceiling medallions and send old echoes running through the walls. Xander twisted as we fell, taking the impact with his body before mine could hit the floor. The air punched out of him. I landed against his chest. For 1 stunned second, I could not hear anything but the ringing in my ears and the hard, furious beat of his heart beneath my palm. Then sound rushed back. Shouting, running feet, rain against the windows, my own breathing, ragged and too loud. Xander moved first. He sat up, dragging me with him, hands already on my face, my shoulders, my arms. Are you hit? Rue, are you hit? His voice was not calm. That terrified me more than the crash. I'm fine. His hands moved over my arms anyway. Where? I said I'm fine. Where? Xander. He stopped with both hands gripping my shoulders. Not enough to hurt. Enough to hold me in place while his eyes searched my face like he was trying to prove I had not disappeared in front of him. His breathing was controlled badly. That was the only way I could describe it. Controlled by force. Barely. I stared at him, shaken less by the fall than by the way he looked at me, like the rig had not almost crushed me, like it had almost taken something from him. I'm okay, I whispered. His jaw worked once, then his arms came around me. Too tight, too fast. A reflex he did not give himself permission to think through. He held me against him with one hand at the back of my head and the other locked around my ribs. And for 1 weak, treacherous second, I let him. Because the ballroom still smelled like dust and snapped wires. Because my body was catching up to what had almost happened. Because Xander Romano was trembling, not visibly, not to anyone else. But I felt it. The smallest shudder beneath all that power. Then he seemed to realize what he was doing. His grip loosened immediately. He pulled back, not far, enough to prove he was still trying to be careful with me. His eyes shifted over my face again. Can you stand? Yes. Slowly. Do not start ordering me while I'm sitting on the floor. Rue. That was all he said. My name. Flat, dangerous, shaken. I stopped fighting for once. He rose first, then helped me up with one hand at my elbow. The second I was steady, he let go, but he stayed close enough that if my knees failed, I would land against him again. Damien and 2 guards rushed into the ballroom. Tom followed, pale and horrified. Out, Xander said. Damien looked at the wreckage. Boss? Everyone out except security and inspection. Now! His voice had gone cold again. Worse than cold. Deadly. Workers crowded near the doors, faces white. One of the contractors crossed himself. Another looked at me, then quickly looked away. I followed his gaze and saw what had fallen. The lighting rig lay twisted across the ballroom floor, wires exposed, metal supports bent like broken bones. If Xander had not reached me when he did, it would have come down directly across my shoulders and head. My stomach rolled. Xander saw me looking. His hand hovered near my back, then stopped before touching. That restraint nearly undid me. Take her upstairs, he told Damien. No. His eyes snapped to me. Mine snapped back. I am not leaving. You almost died. And that means I deserve answers. It means you deserve a room without falling metal. I pointed at the wreckage. My hand was shaking, and I hated it. Someone did this in my ballroom. Someone tried to do this to you. The words hit harder because he did not soften them. He turned away before I could answer, and the man who had pulled me from the floor vanished beneath the dawn. "Lock every exit," he ordered. "No contractor leaves. No staff member assigned to ballroom access leaves. Pull camera feeds. Get me tool logs, work orders, sign-in sheets, and every person who touched that rig." Damien nodded. Xander crouched beside the fallen metal, careful not to disturb anything unnecessarily. His eyes moved over bolts, brackets, wires, tools scattered near the base. Then his expression changed. Tiny. Terrible. "What?" I asked. He did not answer. He reached for a work glove lying half beneath the fallen ladder and lifted it with 2 fingers. On the cuff, written in black marker, were my initials. R.B. The ballroom seemed to tilt. "No." Xander looked at the glove, then at me. Not accusing, not doubting. But I saw the calculation begin because that was what he was. A man who read evidence before emotion could blind him. I stepped back. "No." Tom moved forward, horrified. "Rue, that's not." "I know what it's not." My voice sounded strange. "Too thin, too far away." Damien came back from the far wall with a folded work order in his hand. His face was unreadable. Xander stood. "Say it." Damien's gaze flicked to Xander. "Say it," I repeated. Damien looked at me. "The maintenance order authorizing early inspection of the rig was filed under your approval code." My approval code. My initials. My ballroom. My near-death. All of it arranged into a neat little story. Angry woman sabotages billionaire buyer's renovation. Desperate manager damages hotel to delay project. Rue Bennett becomes the problem. Rue Bennett gets removed. The realization opened inside me like a trapdoor. "They're not just trying to stop the hotel," I whispered. Xander's eyes found mine, dark, furious. "They're trying to erase you from it." The words landed with awful clarity. All the rumors. The forged approvals. The damaged deliveries. The old badge. The whispering contractors. The threat. She gets hurt next. Not just hurt. Blamed. Ruined. Removed. I pressed a hand to my stomach, not because I was injured, but because something inside me had gone cold and hollow. They want me gone. Xander stepped toward me. I stepped back before he could reach me. His face hardened, but not with anger at me, with the effort of stopping himself. "Rue!" "No." I swallowed hard. "Do not say my name like you can fix this by putting more men around me. I can keep you alive. And then what?" My voice broke, and I hated everyone in the room for hearing it. "Watch me lose the hotel anyway because someone made me look guilty enough to remove?" His eyes sharpened. "I won't let that happen." The promise should have comforted me. Instead, it scared me. Because Xander's promises did not sound like hope. They sounded like war. I looked at the glove in his hand. Then at the wreckage on the floor. Then at the man who had kissed me in an elevator and now looked ready to burn the city down because someone had almost touched me. "I am not yours." The room went utterly still. Xander's expression changed, the smallest fracture in all that control. "I know," he said quietly. "That should have been the end of it. It was not." His voice lowered, rougher now, meant only for me, and somehow heard by everyone. "That is what makes this harder." My breath caught. He looked past me to the ruined ballroom, to the planted evidence, to the beautiful hotel being turned against me piece by piece. Then his eyes returned to mine. This was never just about the hotel, and for the first time I truly believed him. Chapter 8. The most dangerous thing Xander Romano ever gave me was hope. Not protection, not his mouth in a dark elevator, not the terrifying promise in his eyes when he looked at the ruined ballroom and realized someone was trying to erase me from my own hotel. Hope was worse. Hope made me stupid. Hope made me walk through the Bennett Grand after midnight, believing that maybe the man who had bought my family's legacy could become something other than the person who destroyed it. The hotel was quiet around me, but not peaceful. Not anymore. After the ballroom rig collapsed, every corridor felt like it was listening. Every locked door felt like it might open behind me. Every camera Xander had installed blinked red in the corners like a warning that safety and surveillance sometimes wore the same face. I should have gone home. I should have slept. I should have let Xander's guards hover and Damien's men sweep the floors and the security feeds swallow the night. Instead, I went to the renovation office. Because fear made me useless. Work made me breathe. The office was empty when I entered, lit only by a brass desk lamp and the pale spill of city light through the windows. Blueprints covered the long table. Contracts sat in neat stacks. Samples of fabric, wood, tile, and wallpaper had been arranged in little expensive squares by people who believed history could be chosen from a tray. I closed the door behind me and leaned against it for 1 second, just one. My body still remembered the fall, the scream of metal, Xander's arm around my waist, the impact of his body taking the floor before mine could, his hands on my face, his voice breaking around my name. I touched my mouth before I could stop myself. The kiss had no business being alive inside me after everything that followed. But it was. It had followed me into the ballroom, into the crash, into the awful moment when I saw my initials written on a glove meant to condemn me, into the silence after Xander said it was harder because I was not his. I hated that sentence. I hated how it had stayed. I pushed away from the door and crossed to the table. No, I whispered to the empty room. You are not doing this tonight. Not the longing. Not the fear. Not the foolish, fragile belief that Xander's rage meant safety instead of another kind of cage. I needed order. So I began organizing files. It was ridiculous, maybe, to alphabetize destruction at midnight, but the Bennett Grand had survived worse on less. I sorted inspection reports from invoices, contractor notes from preservation requests, lighting repairs from ballroom damage assessments. My hands moved faster as my thoughts quieted. This was familiar. Paper. Proof. Details. Things that could not look at me like they wanted me and terrify me in the same breath. I opened a lower drawer looking for the revised ballroom schedule and found a black portfolio I had never seen before. No label on the spine. No stamped contractor logo. No Xander Romano signature across the front. Just a sleek, expensive folder buried beneath outdated vendor quotes, like someone had tucked it away and forgotten the dead could still speak if you pulled the right drawer open. I should have left it. I knew that before I touched it. Some part of me knew. The part that had lived in this hotel long enough to understand that every room had secrets and not every secret wanted to be found. But my name was being forged. My hotel was being sabotaged. My life had become a set of locked doors controlled by men who kept saying they wanted to protect me. So I opened it. The first page made no sense. Not at first. A rendering of the Bennett Grand lobby. Clean, modern, cold. The chandelier was gone. The old gold trim had been stripped from the columns and replaced with smooth stone panels. The front desk had been moved. The floral table beneath my grandfather's portrait had vanished. My grandfather's portrait had vanished. I stopped breathing. I turned the page. The ballroom. No herringbone floor. No old stage curtains. No original ceiling details. The notes read, "Full modernization recommended. Historic elements to be recreated selectively for atmosphere." Atmosphere. I stared at the word until it blurred. Atmosphere was what men called history when they wanted to sell it without respecting it. Another page. The grand staircase. Marked for removal. The reason listed beneath it was traffic flow. I gripped the edge of the table. Not hard enough. Nothing could hold me upright against what I kept seeing. The brass elevator. Replace. The west wing stained glass. Remove and install modern lighting feature inspired by original palette. My throat closed. Inspired by. Not restored. Not preserved. Inspired by. The next page showed the exterior signage. The Bennett Grand name was gone. In its place, Romano Grand Hotel. I heard something in the room crack before I realized it was the sound that came out of me. Small, ugly, wounded. No, 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 no! I flipped faster. A heritage wall near the lobby bar. A plaque. A small, curated display of archival photographs and selected family history to honor the original Bennett ownership. Honor. They were going to bury my grandfather inside a wall and call it honor. My hands were shaking now. I turned another page. Arthur Bennett's private office, the place where he had taught me how to read ledgers, where he kept guest books, letters, photographs, old keys, and the first dollar he made after reopening the hotel. The note beside it read, "Convert to private security control room. Wasted low revenue space in current form." The room tilted. I sat down because my knees stopped trusting me. Wasted space, my grandfather's office, his chair, his desk, the dent in the floor where he used to lean back too far and pretend he was about to fall because it made me laugh when I was 8. Wasted. Low revenue. Space. I pressed one hand over my mouth. Not to stop crying. To stop screaming. Because I understood now. I understood too much. Before Xander heard me defend the elevator. Before he touched the photographs carefully. Before he ordered a restoration specialist. Before he kissed me in the dark and pulled me out from beneath falling metal. Before he looked at me like someone had threatened something he wanted to keep safe. This was what he had planned. This was the truth beneath the almost smiles and quiet praise and dangerous restraint. He had meant to erase it. All of it. The Bennett Grand would have survived as a name in a paragraph, a color scheme, a curated memory behind glass for rich guests to glance at while ordering cocktails. And I had let myself believe he was learning to see it. No worse. I had let myself believe he was learning to see me. The office door opened. I knew it was him before he spoke. The room changed the way it always did when Xander entered. He brought cold with him. Control. Expensive danger. The scent of rain, cedar, and the city beyond the doors. Rue. I did not turn. If I looked at him too quickly, I might throw the portfolio at his head. Or cry. Both options offended me. His footsteps stopped behind me. The silence told me he had seen the folder. Good. Let him see it. Let him look at what I had found lying beneath his polished little war. When? I asked. My voice was too calm. That frightened me. Xander said nothing. I turned then. He stood near the doorway, still in the dark suit from earlier, tie loosened, jaw shadowed with exhaustion, eyes fixed on the portfolio like it was a weapon I had picked up off the floor. Maybe it was. When was this created? His face did not change. That was answer enough. Before, he said, before, one word, so tidy, so Roman, so bloodless. Before what? He took a step into the room. Before I understood what the hotel was. I laughed. It sounded nothing like humor. No. I stood slowly, holding up the page with the Romano Grand signage. Before I made it inconvenient for you to destroy it. His eyes lifted to mine. Rue. Do not. My voice cracked on the words, then hardened around the break. Do not say my name like you did not have my grandfather's office marked as wasted low-revenue space. Something moved across his face then. Pain, maybe. Regret. Too late. Too late for all of it. His voice lowered. The plan changed. But it was real. Yes, the honesty should have meant something. It only made the wound cleaner. I looked down at the portfolio spread open on the table. The lobby without its warmth. The ballroom without its soul. The staircase gone. The Bennett name removed from the door. Every fear I had spoken since the day he walked into my lobby was sitting there in ink and polished renderings. You were going to skin it, I whispered. He said nothing. I looked back at him. You were going to keep the bones and sell the corpse as luxury. His jaw tightened. The revised plans are different. Because I fought you. Yes. The answer hit me harder than denial would have. Because he admitted it. Because somewhere in the cruel center of it he respected that I had forced him to look. But he had not looked first. He had bought first. Planned first. Cut first. Understood later. And men like him always understood later, when people like me were already standing in the ruins trying to explain what had mattered. I stepped back from the table. My hands felt cold. You only cared after I made you. His eyes darkened. That is not the whole truth. No, I shook my head. It is the first truth. And sometimes the first truth is the one that matters most. He moved toward me. I moved back. He stopped immediately. That restraint nearly broke me. Because now he knew how to be careful. Now. After he had already shown me what he would have done, if no one had stood in his way. This plan is not what will happen, he said. But it is what would have happened if I had walked away. The silence answered before he could, and the last stupid piece of hope inside me split cleanly down the middle. The silence answered before he could, and the last stupid piece of hope inside me split cleanly down the middle. Xander stood across from me, close enough that I could see the exhaustion around his eyes, the tightness in his jaw, the way his hands had gone still at his sides like he was forcing himself not to reach for me. Good, he should force himself. He should stand there and feel what restraint cost. I had been paying that price since the day he walked into my lobby. You want me to say I was wrong? He said. I laughed once. It sounded scraped out of me. No. I want you to have been wrong before you needed me bleeding in front of you to understand it. His face tightened. Not enough to satisfy me. Nothing would satisfy me now. The plan was drafted from reports, he said. Financials, structural assessments, market analysis. I had not walked the building with you. I had not seen the archives. I had not cared? The word cut through the office. Xander stopped. I stepped closer to the table and turned another page. Because apparently pain had become a thing I liked to study in detail. The rendering showed the lobby bar expanded into the space where the old reading alcove sat now. The little alcove where my grandfather used to read guest letters on Sunday mornings. The tiny corner where Mrs. Alvarez left flowers on the anniversary of his death. Gone. All of it gone beneath polished stone and low lighting. I looked up at him. Say it. His eyes held mine. Say you didn't care. A muscle moved in his jaw. I didn't understand. That is not the same thing. No. The honesty hit with a dull, ugly force. I nodded slowly, because there it was. The clean confession. No excuse could make it kinder. No kiss could make it less true. I turned away from him before he could see my face change. Too late. He always saw too much. Rue! Stop saying my name! His silence followed me like a hand. I gripped the edge of the table and stared down at the plans until the lines blurred. You know what the worst part is? He did not answer. Smart man. The worst part is not even that you made this. I tapped the page with one shaking finger. It's that I started believing you wouldn't have. His breath changed. Barely. But I heard it. Good, let that cut. Let something cut him too. I started believing you when you wrote notes about the chandelier. When you held those photographs like they mattered. When you called the glass restoration specialist. When you looked at me in that elevator like you actually saw me, and not just the problem standing in your way. The room felt too small. Every word came out of me with blood on it. I let myself believe the man who bought my hotel might not be the man who would erase it. Xander took one step forward. I spun on him. Don't. He stopped immediately. That restraint again. That careful, terrible restraint that only made it worse because now I knew he could learn. He could adjust, he could become softer around the edges after slicing through the center. "I have changed the plan," he said. I shook my head. "That is not enough tonight." "What is enough?" The question was quiet, not defensive, not arrogant. Almost tired, almost human. That hurt too. Because I wanted him cruel right now. I wanted him smug. I wanted him so easy to hate that my heart did not feel like something bruised in my chest. I looked at the portfolio, then at him. Nothing. His eyes darkened. For tonight. Because I was not strong enough to let the words stand forever, and I hated myself for that too. Nothing is enough tonight. He absorbed that without argument. The new Xander knew when silence served him better than force. The old Xander had already written my grandfather out of his own hotel. Both men stood in front of me. I did not know which one hurt more. "I should have walked it first," he said. The apology was not the word, but it was close enough to make my throat tighten. I should have listened before I acquired it. I should have seen more than leverage and location. I stared at him. That almost sounds like regret. It is. The simple answer almost ruined me. I looked away fast. "No. Rue? No." I grabbed the folder and shoved it closed. "You do not get to do that." "Do what?" "Become honest after the damage is done." His expression changed. Pain. There and gone. But real. I saw it. I hated that I saw it. You think honesty earns you forgiveness because men like you are so used to lying that telling the truth feels generous. My voice shook now, but I let it. "It is not generous, Xander. It is late." He had no answer. That was the first thing he had given me all night that I could trust. I picked up my bag from the chair. His eyes followed the movement. "Where are you going?" "Home." "You have security." The words came out too quickly. There he was, fear turning into command, concern turning into control. My heart went cold all over again. "No." His jaw tightened. "After today, you are not walking out alone." "I am not asking permission." The threat was direct. "And so are you." The air between us sharpened. He stepped in front of the door before either of us could pretend this was still a conversation. Not close enough to touch me. Close enough to block the exit. Something inside me broke open. "There," I whispered. His eyes narrowed. "There he is." Understanding flickered across his face, but he did not move fast enough. I gestured toward the door, toward his body, toward everything he was, and everything he could not stop becoming when fear got its hands on him. "You say you changed the plan. You say you learned. You say you regret it. But the second I choose to leave, you put yourself between me and the door." He went still. I saw it land. This time, I did not let it soften me. "This is what I mean," my voice dropped. "You do not know how to care without turning into a lock." He moved aside. Immediately, the space opened. Freedom, offered late. Always late. I walked to the door, but stopped with my hand on the knob because there was one more wound in me, and apparently I wanted him to hear it bleed. The kiss was a mistake. The words came out quieter than I expected. They still hit him. I saw in the way his eyes went perfectly empty for half a second, like every dangerous thing inside him had retreated behind a locked door. Then he nodded once. No argument. No demand. No possession. Somehow, that hurt worse. "If that is what you need it to be," he said, I hated him for giving me that. For not making it easier. For not proving me right when I needed him to. It is what it was. A lie. Both of us knew it. Neither of us touched it. I opened the door and stepped into the hallway. His voice followed me, quiet and controlled, and frayed at the edges in a way only I would notice. "I'll have Damien keep distance." I turned back. "If your men follow me, I will never forgive you for it." He stared at me for a long moment. The battle moved across his face with almost no visible sign. Instinct against growth. Control against the thing he had claimed to feel. Then he said, "Fine." That one word sounded like it cost blood. I left before I could care. The hotel at night had always comforted me. Not tonight. Tonight every camera watched, every shadow accused. Every polished corner Xander's team had touched seemed to whisper about what this place could have become if I had not stayed to fight. Romano Grand Hotel. The words kept flashing in my head like a curse. I crossed the lobby with my bag tight against my side. Leah looked up from the desk, but something in my face stopped her from calling out. Mrs. Alvarez was gone for the night. The chandeliers glowed above me, repaired bulbs shining brighter now because Xander had approved the work. That hurt too. Everything hurt. Outside, the rain had thinned to a cold mist. My apartment sat 2 blocks away, above an old bakery that made the street smell like sugar at dawn. I had refused to live in the hotel after my grandfather died, because sleeping under the same roof as his portrait had felt like being watched by grief. Tonight the apartment felt too far. Every step away from the Bennett Grand felt like I was abandoning it to men with folders and better locks. But I kept walking. No guards appeared, no black car rolled slowly behind me, no footsteps followed. Xander had listened. That should have comforted me. Instead, it made me want to cry. My apartment stairwell smelled like yeast, rain, and old brick. I climbed slowly, one hand on the rail, every part of me suddenly exhausted. At the top, I unlocked my door and stepped inside. The silence greeted me without kindness. Small living room, narrow kitchen. One lamp I had forgotten to turn off. A stack of hotel invoices on the table, because apparently I liked bringing my heartbreak home in installments. I dropped my bag on the chair. Then I stood there. Just stood there. For the first time all day. No one needed an answer from me. No full staff. No guests. No contractors. No Xander. The emptiness should have been a relief. Instead, it was where everything caught up. The plans. The ruined ballroom. The glove with my initials. The way Xander had looked when the rig fell. The way he had moved aside from the door. The way I had called the kiss a mistake and watched something close inside him. I pressed both hands over my face. One breath, then another. No crying. Not yet. I made it to the bathroom, splashed cold water over my cheeks, and stared at myself in the mirror. "You are not falling apart," I told my reflection. My reflection looked unconvinced. A knock sounded at the door. I froze. Every nerve in my body went awake. For one absurd second, I thought it might be Xander, coming after me despite his promise. Or because of it. My chest tightened with anger, dread, and something too foolish to name. I walked to the door. Slowly. Another knock. Lower this time. Harder. Not Xander. I knew before I looked through the peephole. Still, I looked. 3 men stood in the hallway. One smiled at the door like he already knew I was alone. My blood turned cold. "Miss Bennett!" he called softly. I did not answer. His smile widened. "We need to talk about your hotel." And behind me, on the table, my phone began to ring. Xander.
Chapter 9. Rue did not answer the phone. That was how I knew something was wrong. Not because people always answered when I called. They did. Usually. But Rue Bennett had never once ignored me quietly. If she wanted to punish me, she would answer and use my name like a weapon. If she wanted to hurt me, she would do it with words sharp enough to leave evidence. If she wanted distance, she would tell me exactly where to put my concern and then hang up before I could respond. Silence was not Rue. Silence was danger wearing her absence. The call rang a 5th time, 6th, 7th. My office at the Bennett Grand had gone still around me. The old desk lamp threw gold across the revised security reports spread open in front of me, but I no longer saw them. I saw her hand on the renovation portfolio, her face when she read the first plans, her voice when she said the kiss was a mistake, her body moving past me after I stepped away from the door because she had asked for freedom and I had given it to her too late. The call went to voicemail. I ended it. Called again. No answer. Every instinct I had spent years sharpening went cold and precise. I stood. Damien looked up from the far side of the room. He had been reviewing Calvin Price's known associates with two of my men. Boss? Rue isn't answering. He was already moving. She said no tail. I know what she said. I had honored it. God help me. I had honored it because she had looked at me like another lock between her and the world, and I had hated that more than I hated risk. No guards behind her, no car on the corner, no shadow in the stairwell. I had chosen trust over control for the first time in years, and now my phone sat silent in my hand like proof that I should have known better. Damien's face tightened. Apartment? Above the bakery on Del Mar. He did not ask how I knew. Employee file, emergency contact records, a piece of information I had no right to use unless the world put a knife near her throat. The world had. I was already walking. The hotel blurred around me. Lobby, front doors, rain-wet pavement. My car was brought around in less than a minute, but even that felt slow enough to be an insult. Damien slid into the front passenger seat. Two men followed in the car behind us. Call her again. Damien dialed from his phone. I dialed from mine. Nothing. Rain had turned the city into streaks of black glass and yellow light. Traffic thinned under the late hour, but not enough. Every red light felt personal. Every delayed turn carved something colder into my bones. My phone buzzed. For half a second, my chest loosened. Not Rue. Unknown number. A photo came through. Rue's apartment door, taken from the hallway. Then a text. You should have walked away when we told you. The city narrowed to a single point. Damien saw my face. Boss? I showed him the screen. His expression emptied. Calvin? No. I looked at the photo again. The angle. The shadow near the stairwell. The message too confident, too stupid. Harrow's men. Calvin is a middleman. This is bigger than his ego. Police? No. Damien did not argue. Police meant reports. Reports meant delays. Delays meant Rue in a room with men who had already tried to drop a lighting rig on her head and pin the wreckage to her initials. I would not hand her life to procedure. The car stopped half a block from the bakery. I was out before the driver opened the door. Rain hit my face cold enough to sharpen thought. The bakery storefront was dark, striped awning dripping water onto the sidewalk. Above it, two apartment windows glowed faintly. Hers. No shadows crossed the curtains. No scream. No crash. That was not comfort. Quiet could mean control. I hated quiet. Damien moved beside me. Backstairs? I pointed to the alley. Two men. No one leaves. Front with me. Inside, the bakery entrance smelled like sugar, yeast, and old brick. The sweetness sickened me. It did not belong beneath violence. The stairwell light flickered once as we climbed. Second floor. Third. At the top, I heard a man's voice through the apartment door. Low, amused. Sign it, Miss Bennett. Nobody needs to get hurt over a building that isn't yours anymore. My blood went silent. Damien stopped behind me. I raised one hand. Wait. Inside, Rue answered. Her voice was steady. Too steady. The last man who said that to me bought the hotel. He still had the decency to say it to my face without hiding behind three cowards in a hallway. A pause, then a laugh. I closed my eyes for 1 second. Infuriating woman. Brave, impossible, cornered, and still sharpening her tongue on men too stupid to fear her properly. A second voice spoke. You think Romano is coming? Rue said nothing. The silence that followed felt like hands around my throat. The first man continued. He let you walk home alone. Maybe he isn't as attached as you thought. Something inside me moved. Not anger. Anger was fire. This was colder, older. The part of me my enemies had mistaken for patience seconds before losing things they valued. Rue's voice came again, lower now. Then you wasted your night, because I don't need Xander Romano to tell me not to sign lies. There was a sharp sound, a chair scraping. Damien's hand moved toward his gun. I shook my head once. Not yet. Careful, the man inside said. This statement saves you. You confess you acted under stress. You admit you interfered with renovation approvals. You say Romano's people cut safety corners. The city shuts the site down. You walk away with your sympathy intact. And Harrow gets the hotel condemned cheap, Rue said. Smart girl. Even terrified, she was putting the pieces together. The man's voice changed. You should worry less about Harrow and more about what happens if you refuse. Paper rustled. Sign, Rue laughed. It was quiet, broken at the edges, but real. My grandfather once told me never to sign anything while standing, bleeding, or being threatened by men who smell like cheap cologne. Slap cracked through the apartment. Every disciplined thing in me died. Damien's hand caught my arm before I reached the door. "Boss," he whispered. I looked at him. He let go. Inside, Rue made no sound. That was worse. I stepped back half a pace, drew my gun, and nodded once. Damien moved to the side of the door. One of my men came up behind us with the override kit. Too slow. I kicked the door open. Wood splintered inward. 3 men turned. Rue stood near the table, one hand braced against the edge, cheek reddening, hair fallen loose around her face. A packet of papers lay in front of her. A pen sat beside it like a weapon someone had expected her to use against herself. Her eyes found mine. Not relief, not fear. Shock. Then something softer and more painful before she buried it. "Xander," she whispered. The man closest to her reached for his jacket. I leveled the gun at his chest. "Touch it," I said quietly, "and I will bury your hands separately." The room went still. Rain tapped the window behind Rue. Damien and my men entered behind me, weapons drawn, silent and efficient. The 3 men finally understood what had walked through the door. Not a buyer, not a businessman, not the man who had let Rue leave because she asked for freedom. The Don. I looked at the red mark on her cheek, then at the unsigned confession on the table, then at the men who had thought threats were cheaper than consequences. My voice came out calm, deadly calm. Who hit her? No one answered. That was wise. Not wise enough. The man nearest Rue swallowed. His hand had frozen halfway toward his jacket, fingers spread now, palm empty, as if surrender could rewind the last 5 minutes. Rue's voice came from beside the table. "Xander," not warning, not pleading. Control. Even with a mark burning across her cheek, even with forced confession papers spread in front of her, Rue Bennett still tried to manage the room. I did not look at her yet. If I looked too long, I would forget she needed me precise more than she needed me furious. Damien moved behind the first man and removed the weapon from his jacket. My other men secured the second and third before they could decide bravery was worth dying for. The tallest one finally found his voice. "This is a misunderstanding." I looked at the papers on the table. Rue's name, my company's name. A neat little lie designed to ruin us both. "No, it's evidence." His face paled. Rue stepped closer to the table, but I held out one hand without turning. "Stay behind me." The silence that followed was sharp enough to cut. I had done it again. Command before care. Protection shaped like control. I forced my hand down and turned to her. Her eyes were on me. Not afraid. Wounded. Exhausted. Still furious enough to keep breathing. "Please," I said, and the word tasted unfamiliar in my mouth. "Stay behind me until they're secured." Something flickered across her face. Surprise. Then pain. Then one small nod. She stepped back. I looked at Damien. "Phones, wallets, IDs, search the car, record everything." Damien nodded. One of the men cursed under his breath. The sound died when I looked at him. I picked up the confession and read enough to feel the shape of the trap fully close around my temper. Rue admitting sabotage. Rue claiming she acted from emotional distress. Rue stating my team ignored safety warnings. Rue requesting the city halt restoration until independent review. Harrow would have used it before dawn. Calvin would vanish behind middlemen. The hotel would be frozen under inspections, then condemned, then offered to the city's preferred redevelopment partner for pennies compared to what I had paid. Efficient, ugly, stupid enough to leave fingerprints everywhere. I folded the papers once and handed them to Damien. "Make copies, then get them talking." The man who had spoken first laughed nervously. "We don't know anything." Rue's voice cut through the room. "You knew where I lived." He looked at her. That was his mistake. I moved before he could answer. One step, nothing more. He stopped, smiling. Damien took them out. Not loudly, not dramatically. Quiet men removing quieter men from a room they should never have entered. When the door closed, the apartment seemed to collapse into silence. Only then did I turn fully to Rue. The red mark on her cheek was worse up close. My hand curled at my side. "Don't," she said. I stilled. Her eyes were too bright. "Do not look at me like that." "Like what?" "Like you're about to make the whole city pay for one man's hand." "I am." A laugh broke out of her. Small, shaken, halfway to tears. "At least you're honest." "I'm sorry." That stopped her. It stopped me too, because I had meant to say something else first. Something about proof, safety, the men downstairs, Calvin, Harrow, something useful. But the truth had gotten out ahead of strategy. Rue looked at me, For which part? All of it. Her face tightened. I stepped closer, slowly enough for her to reject it. She did not. I should have walked the hotel before I signed anything. I should have seen what I was touching before I planned how to change it. I should have trusted what I saw in you before evidence forced me to admit it. My voice lowered. And tonight, I should have found a way to protect you without making you feel trapped. Her throat moved. That's a lot of should have. Yes. Doesn't fix anything. No. That answer seemed to hurt her more than an excuse would. Have. Good. Excuses were cheaper than repair. I reached into my coat and removed the folder I had carried from the hotel. Rain had darkened one edge. I set it on her table beside the invoices and the forced confession. What is that? Proof. Her eyes sharpened with old suspicion. I opened it. Not the old plan, the new one. No Romano Grand Hotel. No gutted ballroom. No vanished staircase. The first page read, The Bennett Grand Restoration Authority, Permanent Director, Rue Bennett. Rue stared at it, did not touch it. I turned the page for her. The Bennett name stays. The ballroom stays. The staircase stays. The brass elevator gets restored if the engineer can make it safe. The stained glass is being rebuilt from your photographs. Your grandfather's office will not become a control room. Her breathing changed. I kept going because stopping would be cowardice. This contract gives you preservation authority over historical elements, not decorative input. Authority. My finance team gets budget oversight. You get decision power over legacy protection. If you walk away from me, the role remains yours. Her eyes lifted. There. That was the part that mattered. Not the money. Not the apology. Freedom. Why? She whispered. Because I don't want to own what you love. The words came rougher than I intended. I want to protect it because you taught me why it matters. Rue looked down at the contract. One tear fell before she could stop it. She wiped it away angrily. I pretended not to notice because I valued my life. You hurt me, she said. I know. I wanted to believe you were better than the plan. I am trying to be. You don't get credit for trying. I'm not asking for credit. What are you asking for? I looked at her. Every answer I had ever used with another person felt useless in that little apartment above a bakery, with rain on the windows, and her cheek marked by a man I should have reached sooner. Nothing you don't choose to give. Her eyes broke then. Not completely. Rue Bennett did not break completely. But enough. She stepped toward me. I did not move. She touched my chest with one trembling hand, right over the place her absence had hollowed out hours ago. I was so angry at you, she whispered. Good. Her laugh shook. Good? You should be angry when someone hurts what you love. Her fingers curled in my shirt. And what if I'm tired of being angry? I lowered my forehead toward hers, stopping before contact. Then stop. Her eyes closed. For tonight? For as long as you want. She kissed me first. That mattered. Her mouth found mine with no hesitation, only grief, want, anger, and choice, all tangled together in one trembling breath. I held still for 1 second longer than instinct allowed, giving her room to change her mind. She did not. Her hand slid up my chest. I caught her gently, one hand at her waist, the other along her back, careful where the night had bruised her. The kiss deepened, slower than the elevator, more dangerous because this time there was no storm to blame. Only us. Rue leaned into me like she was tired of standing alone. I held her like letting go would be the first lie I told after promising truth. When she whispered my name against my mouth, it was not a warning this time. It was permission. I took her to the bedroom only because she led me there. Every touch after that was careful. Every pause was a question. Every answer was hers to give. There was nothing rushed, nothing taken, nothing that felt like surrender to power. It was warmth after terror, trust after damage, Rue choosing with open eyes and me learning that wanting her did not give me the right to claim more than she offered. She was fierce even in tenderness. Soft only when she decided softness was safe, and when the world narrowed to breath, skin, whispers, and the rain against the glass, I understood something with brutal clarity. I had bought the hotel, but this woman could not be bought, could not be managed, could not be possessed. She could only be met, earned, chosen back. Later, I held her beneath the sheets with the lamp still glowing in the hallway. Her cheek had faded to a softer red. I brought her water, pressed a wrapped ice pack gently into her hand, and waited until she decided whether to let me close again. She did. She leaned back against my chest, exhausted and quiet. "I'm okay," she murmured. "I know. You don't believe me. I'm learning to." Her fingers moved over mine. Small. Deliberate. "I still need the hotel. You have it. I need it in writing. It is. I need you not to punish me with protection." I closed my eyes briefly, then opened them. "I will protect you, but I will not make a cage and call it care." Her body softened by a fraction. That was enough. Near dawn, my phone buzzed on the nightstand. "Damien." I read the message, then another beneath it. Rue turned slightly. "What?" "Harrow's connection is documented. Calvin's name is tied to the payments. The men downstairs are already talking." Her eyes sharpened. And the city inspection won't be shutting down the Bennett Grand." A breath left her. Not relief yet. Something before it. I handed her the second message. Attached was the final reopening invitation proof from my assistant. The Bennett Grand. Restored by Rue Bennett and Xander Romano. Rue stared at it until the words reflected in her eyes. Then she whispered, "You put my name first." I pressed my mouth to her hair. "Where it belongs."
Chapter 10. The Bennett Grand. Reopened beneath a chandelier my grandfather once told me was too stubborn to fall. So was I. I stood alone in the lobby before the guests arrived, before the cameras flashed, before the city came dressed in silk, diamonds, and opinions, and for one breathless moment I could not move. The hotel was alive, not surviving, not pretending, alive. The marble beneath my heels had been repaired until the old cracks no longer looked like wounds but veins of history running through stone. The gold trim gleamed warm beneath the lights. Fresh flowers spilled from the center table in soft white and blush pink. The kind my grandfather used to buy when he wanted the lobby to feel like someone had dressed it for a promise. Above the front doors, the name remained. The Bennett Grand. I stared at those letters until my vision blurred. For weeks, I had fought for them like they were bone inside my body. I had screamed for them, bled for them, nearly been crushed beneath falling metal for them. I had found them removed from a plan once and felt something in me die quietly in a renovation office. Now they glowed above the entrance. Not replaced, not reduced, not buried behind a plaque. Still here, still ours. A sound left me before I could stop it. Not a sob, not quite. Something smaller, something that had been trapped in my chest since the morning the bank called and told me my family's hotel had been sold. I reached out and touched the wall beneath the name. "We did it," I whispered. The words were for my grandfather, for the staff, for the hotel, for every version of me that had walked these floors with cold coffee, overdue invoices, and terror tucked beneath a blazer. "We did it." A faint sound came from behind me. I turned. Xander stood near the bottom of the grand staircase, one hand in his pocket, black suit cut perfectly across his shoulders, expression unreadable to anyone who did not know where to look. I knew now. I saw the softness he kept hidden like contraband. He had not interrupted. He had not stepped into the moment and made it his. He had watched from a distance because he understood this belonged to me first. That was how I knew he had changed. Not because of the money. Not because of the contract. Not because he could command a room into obedience with one quiet sentence. Because Xander Romano had learned when not to take space. "You're early," I said, wiping quickly beneath one eye. "I live in terror of your opinion when I'm late." "Good. Fear is healthy." His mouth almost curved. That almost still did things to me. Terrible things, unreasonable things. Things I had no intention of apologizing for anymore. He walked toward me slowly, stopping beside the floral table instead of touching me, because the lobby was filling soon and we were still learning how to be new without becoming careless. His eyes lifted to the name over the doors. "It looks right." My throat tightened. It always did. "Yes," he said. "It did." No argument. No defense. No ownership. Just agreement. I looked away first because there were some battles my heart was not ready to win in public. The staff began arriving in full uniform, and that saved me. Mrs. Alvarez came through the service hall first, hair pinned beautifully, lipstick perfect, eyes already wet. "Oh, sweetheart," she breathed, looking around the lobby. "Look at her. Her. The hotel. Always her." Tom came behind her in a suit that looked like it had been threatened into behaving. Leah wore a black dress, and the front desk smile she used when she was trying not to cry. Miguel from the kitchen stepped out just long enough to nod at me and pretend his eyes were not shiny before disappearing back toward the dining room. One by one, the people who had kept this hotel breathing came into the lobby and looked around like they were seeing an old friend rise from a hospital bed. The brass elevator shone beneath restored lights. The chandelier threw gold across the ceiling. The grand staircase curved above all of us, polished, dramatic, triumphant. No longer an obstruction, the spine of the hotel. Xander stood beside me, but not in front of me as the staff gathered. That mattered too. Everything mattered now. Leah covered her mouth. "Rue." "I know," I whispered. Mrs. Alvarez touched my arm. He would have loved this. I looked up at my grandfather's portrait. Restored frame, gleaming beneath the light. For once, looking at him did not feel like failing. It felt like answering. "I hope so." Xander's voice came low beside me. "He would have." I turned my head. He did not look away from the portrait. "You never met him." "No," he said, "but I have met what he built." My heart did something painful and beautiful inside my chest. Before I could answer, the front doors opened. The first guests arrived. After that, the Bennett Grand became motion. Cameras flashed outside the entrance. City officials stepped onto the marble with polished smiles and greedy eyes. Wealthy guests, former critics, hotel investors, old patrons, and curious press moved through the lobby beneath the chandelier, all of them looking around with the same expression: surprise. Because everyone had expected Xander Romano to make the Bennett Grand colder. Instead, the hotel had become more itself. Richer, warmer, sharper. Every original detail now looked intentional rather than exhausted. Every restoration seemed to whisper, "See? I was worth saving." A woman from the City Preservation Board stopped beneath the chandelier and looked up. "I thought this had been removed," I smiled. "It was threatened. It recovered." Xander heard me from a few feet away and gave me a look. I gave him one back. He deserved it. The ballroom doors opened at 7. The room beyond glowed. The original herringbone floor had been restored until it shone like honey under the lights. The repaired wall sconces flickered softly. The stage curtains had been replaced in deep ivory and gold. The ceiling, medallions were preserved, not hidden. The room looked elegant, expensive, impossible to recreate. I stepped inside and nearly lost my breath. The last time I had stood here, I had been on the floor with Xander's arms around me and a fallen lighting rig twisted across the wood. Now couples moved through the room with champagne flutes. Staff carried trays. Music drifted from the string quartet near the stage. The hotel had swallowed violence and given beauty back. Xander appeared beside me. "You're quiet." "I'm trying not to cry in front of rich people. A noble goal. I may fail. They'll survive." I looked at him. "Will you?" His eyes moved over my face. The air between us changed, softer than before, but still charged with everything we had not yet learned how to say easily. "I'm adapting," he said. That made me smile before I could stop it. Then Leah appeared near the doorway, waving discreetly. "They're ready for the announcement." My stomach twisted. Xander offered his hand. Not demanding. Offering. I looked at it, then took it. His fingers closed around mine, warm and steady, but not tight. The stage waited at the far end of the ballroom. So did the crowd. I could feel every eye turn as we walked together. Not because I belonged to him. Because we had restored this place together. The applause began before I reached the front. Soft at first, then stronger. The staff clapped loudest. That was what nearly broke me. Xander stepped to the microphone first. The room quieted immediately because power still knew how to gather around him. Tonight, he said, the Bennett Grand returns to this city not as something new, but as something rare. Something that survived because one woman refused to let history be mistaken for weakness. My breath caught. He turned slightly toward me. Rue Bennett is not a consultant. She is not a temporary manager. She is not a sentimental attachment to a prior ownership structure. His voice deepened. She is the permanent director of the Bennett Grand. The room erupted. I froze. I had known the contract. I had signed it. I had seen the words. But hearing him say it in front of everyone, publicly, without claiming credit, without softening my authority into something decorative, hit differently. Xander waited until the applause settled. Then he looked back at the crowd. And because the Bennett Grand should not be the only building in this city protected from men who mistake preservation for inconvenience, Romano Holdings will establish the Arthur Bennett Preservation Fund. The room went silent. My heart stopped. Xander's gaze found mine. Named after my grandfather. The fund will support historic properties at risk of predatory redevelopment, beginning this year. I could not breathe. Not properly. Not with my grandfather's name suddenly living in a room full of people who had once been willing to watch his hotel die. Xander stepped back from the microphone. The applause hit like weather, but I barely heard it, because he leaned close enough that only I could hear him and said, "There is one more thing I need to show you." The crowd blurred. The ballroom lights blurred. Everything blurred except Xander's hand, still open between us. I took it, and he led me toward the one room in the hotel I had been afraid to hope he had truly saved. My grandfather's office sat at the end of the second-floor corridor, past the balcony that overlooked the lobby and the little alcove where guests used to read newspapers when newspapers still felt like part of mornings. I had not gone inside since the final restoration crew finished. Not because I did not want to, because wanting had become dangerous in this hotel. Every time I had wanted something too badly, someone had tried to take it, rename it, break it, or use it against me. The corridor was quieter than the ballroom below, but the sound of the gala followed us up the stairs in soft waves. Music. Laughter. Glasses chiming. The revived heartbeat of a place I had once thought I was losing. Xander did not rush me. He walked beside me, not pulling, not leading too fast, his hand warm around mine without closing too tightly. I notice that now. The difference between holding and owning. At the office door, I stopped. The brass nameplate had been polished until it shone. Arthur Bennett, founder. My throat closed. Xander released my hand and stepped back. Just enough. "This belongs to you," he said. I looked at him. "No," I whispered. "It belonged to him." His eyes held mine. "Then you decide what it becomes now." That was what finally made my hand shake. Not the nameplate. Not the memory. Choice. After months of fighting, begging, defending, and surviving, choice felt like the most dangerous gift of all. I reached for the knob. The door opened with the same soft click I remembered from childhood, and suddenly I was 8 years old again. The room looked exactly as it had in my memory. Not frozen. Not staged. Remembered. The old wooden desk sat near the window, polished but still marked by the tiny scratches my grandfather had never allowed anyone to sand away because he said scars gave furniture honesty. His worn leather chair rested behind it. The brass lamp glowed warm across the surface. The framed sketch of the hotel hung on the wall. The old guest books lined the shelves beside framed photographs, antique keys, and small pieces of history everyone else had called clutter. I stepped inside slowly. The floor did not creak in the same places anymore. Someone had repaired it. But the room still knew me. That was the only way I could explain it. It knew the little girl who used to sit cross-legged beneath the desk sorting keys by room number. It knew the teenager who had cried here after her first heartbreak, while her grandfather pretended paperwork required his full attention. It knew the woman who had avoided this room, because grief had made every familiar corner feel like accusation. Now it welcomed me back. My hand went to my mouth. Xander stayed by the door. Not entering, not claiming the reveal, not asking whether I liked it, just waiting. On the desk sat one thing I did not recognize. A framed letter. The paper was old, cream-colored, folded once down the center. My grandfather's handwriting leaned across it, bold and slanted, as familiar as a voice. I moved toward it. My fingers touched the frame. For a moment I could not read through the blur in my eyes, then I forced myself to breathe. My darling Rue. If you are reading this, then I am either gone, stubbornly late, or hiding somewhere to avoid a conversation I deserve. I made a sound that was almost a laugh and almost a sob. Of course he would begin like that. I read on. This hotel was never meant to be a cage. Not for me. Not for you. Not for anyone who loved it. The Bennett Grand taught me many things. How to survive bad seasons. How to welcome strangers. How to fix what others would throw away. How to believe broken beauty was not the same as uselessness. But if I taught you anything, I hope it is this. Loving a place does not mean dying inside it. Build something beautiful, Rue. Whether it is here or somewhere far beyond these doors. Do not mistake loyalty for captivity. Do not let my dream swallow yours. The hotel was my great love. You, my darling girl, were my greatest legacy. I could not read the rest. The room broke apart around me. Not in grief this time. In release. A sound came out of me, deep and cracked and years old. I pressed both hands to my face, but it was useless. The tears came anyway, hot and unstoppable, and for once I did not hate them. I had spent so long believing that saving the hotel was the only way to prove I had loved him enough. But he had never asked me to disappear inside his dream. He had left me permission to live. Xander did not touch me until I reached for him. That mattered. It mattered so much I could hardly stand it. I turned, and he was there, close enough to catch me, far enough to let me choose. So I chose. I crossed the room and stepped into his arms. He held me carefully at first, then tighter when I fisted my hands in his jacket and did not let go. He knew. I whispered against his chest. Xander's hand moved slowly over my back. Yes. He knew I would think I failed him. He knew you would fight until there was nothing left of you if he did not tell you to stop. I closed my eyes. He always was bossy. Xander's chest moved with the faintest breath of laughter. I pulled back enough to look at him. His face was softer here, in my grandfather's office, beneath the warm lamp and old photographs. Still dangerous. Still controlled. Still Xander. But mine by choice. Not ownership. Choice. Thank you, I said. His thumb brushed one tear from my cheek. I didn't write the letter. No, but you found it. I almost buried this room under security monitors. The old pain stirred, but it did not cut the same way anymore. I know. His eyes darkened. I will spend a long time making sure you never forget I changed before you forgave me. I looked at him, then smiled through the last of my tears. That sentence was very dramatic. I'm told this hotel encourages it. It does have that effect. The music swelled faintly from below. The gala was still happening. The world was still waiting. But for a few stolen minutes, there was only us, my grandfather's letter, and a room that had survived being loved badly and then loved better. Later, Xander led me through the balcony doors overlooking the city. The night had cleared. Rain still clung to the railings, and the lights below shimmered against wet streets. Behind us, the Bennett Grand glowed with life. In front of us, the city stretched wide and hungry and beautiful. I leaned against the railing. Xander stood beside me, not touching, waiting again. I smiled faintly. You're getting very good at not crowding me. It requires discipline. And suffering? Considerable. I laughed softly, then the laughter faded. I thought you bought everything I loved. His gaze remained on the city. I was arrogant enough to think I could. I turned to him. You were wrong, yes. No argument? I'm learning when not to lose. My smile deepened. For a man who controlled empires, Xander Romano looked almost peaceful admitting defeat. The hotel chose me first. His eyes came to mine. Something dark and tender moved through them. Yes, he said. It did. His hand lifted, stopping just short of mine on the railing. I closed the distance myself, sliding my fingers through his. And you? I asked. His thumb moved over my knuckles. I chose you before I knew what choosing meant. My chest tightened. That is also very dramatic. It is also true. I leaned into him then, because I wanted to, because no one had bought the moment, because there was no contract forcing my hand and no threat at my back. Only choice. Only him. Only home. He kissed me beneath the balcony lights, slow and careful and full of promises he would have to keep every day after this one. When I pulled back, the Bennett Grand stood beneath us, alive, restored, and glowing. Not his, not only mine, ours in the way beautiful things belong to everyone who protected them. Xander Romano had come to the Bennett Grand to buy a building. I made him earn a home. Epilogue. 1 year later, the Bennett Grand was booked so far in advance that Leah had started threatening guests with bodily harm if they called, asking for just one small exception. That was how I knew we had survived. Not because the marble gleamed, not because every room was filled, not because the city magazines had called us the most romantic historic hotel in the country 3 times in 6 months, which Leah had printed, framed, and placed behind the front desk like a holy document. We had survived because the hotel sounded alive again. Laughter in the lobby, rolling luggage on polished floors, champagne glasses chiming in the ballroom. Mrs. Alvarez scolding new housekeeping staff like a general with linen carts. Tom arguing with the brass elevator as if it were a difficult but beloved relative. And Xander Romano, billionaire hotel owner, Mafia king, terrifying businessman, standing beneath the chandelier with a clipboard in his hand and the irritated expression of a man who had been forced to approve floral arrangements. This is excessive, he said. I stood beside him, arms folded, smiling at the 37 white rose arrangements being carried into the lobby. It's a wedding. It's a botanical siege. It's romance. It's poor crowd control. I turned my head and looked at him. He looked devastating as usual. Black suit. White shirt. No tie. That calm, dangerous face that still made contractors speak more politely. Bankers return calls faster, and city officials suddenly remember documents they had been ignoring for weeks. But I knew the secret now. Beneath the power and control and expensive stillness, Xander Romano had opinions about flowers. Strong opinions. Mostly wrong ones. You own luxury hotels. I do. And romance sells. Efficient romance sells. This is vegetation with ambition. I laughed before I could stop myself. His eyes shifted to my mouth. Even after a year, that look still had power over me. Not because it stole anything, because it asked. Xander had learned how to ask with silence, with distance, with a hand offered palm up instead of a command, with the space he left open for me to step into only when I chose. I loved him for that, more than I knew how to say most days, so I showed him in other ways. By stealing his coffee, by leaving historical preservation reports on his pillow, by kissing him in elevators, which he still claimed was reckless considering our history, and then proved how little he meant it by pressing the emergency stop button himself, and by trusting him with the hotel I had once thought no one else could love correctly. The front doors opened, and a pair of guests stepped in, looking up at the chandelier with the breathless expression I had seen so many times now. First awe, then warmth. Then that quiet little wonder people got when a place made them feel expected. The Bennett Grand had always been good at that. Now it was better. The West Wing stained glass threw color across the floor. Every afternoon, the ballroom floor had survived 200 events and one extremely aggressive tango competition. The grand staircase had become the most photographed staircase in the city, which I mentioned to Xander weekly because I was not above being petty in victory. His old renovation plan sat locked in a file cabinet in my office, not because I wanted to punish myself with it, because sometimes, when Xander got too arrogant about traffic flow, I opened it and reminded him he had once tried to remove the spine of the hotel. He hated that. I enjoyed it very much. Miss Bennett? I turned. A little girl stood near the front desk, holding her mother's hand and staring up at me with wide eyes. She had dark curls, a velvet dress, and the grave seriousness of someone carrying important business. Yes? Her mother smiled apologetically. I'm sorry. She wanted to meet the lady who saved the hotel. The words moved through me softly. They still did that. Saved. Once that word had felt like a weight. Now it felt like a hand at my back. I crouched until I was eye level with the girl. What's your name? Clara. Well, Clara, I didn't save it by myself. Her eyes flicked to Xander. He stood a few feet away, expression unreadable to most people and painfully soft to me. Clara whispered, Is he the scary man? Her mother went pale. I pressed my lips together, fighting for my life. Xander's eyebrow lifted. I leaned closer to Clara and whispered back, Only when people try to remove historic staircases. Clara nodded solemnly, as if that made perfect sense. Xander looked at the ceiling. I nearly lost the battle not to laugh. Clara held out a small folded paper. I drew the hotel. I took it carefully. It was all slanted lines, bright colors, too many windows, and one enormous chandelier that looked like a golden octopus. It was perfect. This is beautiful, I said. My daddy says old buildings are boring, but I told him this one isn't. No, I said softly. This one definitely isn't. She smiled, satisfied, then ran back to her mother. I stood there holding the drawing too tightly. Xander came closer. Are you crying over architecture again? Maybe. Should I call someone? Yes, a doctor for your missing soul. His mouth curved. Fully this time. Not almost. He smiled so rarely in public that the mother near the front desk looked startled, like she had witnessed a natural disaster become handsome. Xander saw me notice. Do not start, he said. I didn't say anything. You were about to. I was about to say you should smile more often. It frightens people differently. Useful. Romantic. Efficient. I shook my head and tucked Clara's drawing against my chest. A year ago, I would have hidden how much that little paper meant to me. I would have swallowed the emotion, turned it into work, and kept moving until exhaustion made me numb. Not anymore. I still worked too hard. I still loved this hotel with something fierce and stubborn. But I no longer confused devotion with self-erasure. My grandfather had been right. The hotel was not a cage. It was a place that taught me how to build beautiful things. And now, I was building more. The Arthur Bennett Preservation Fund had already saved 3 historic buildings from demolition. A small theater on Grand Avenue, a library with stained glass reading rooms, an old train station that Xander insisted had, quote, structural issues and no profitable use, then bought anyway after I gave him one look over dinner. He claimed it was a strategic acquisition. I claimed he had become sentimental. He claimed he would deny that in court. The wedding coordinator hurried past us with a headset, panic in her eyes. Rue, we have a problem. I straightened immediately. What kind? The groom's grandmother says the ballroom roses are too white. Xander looked at me. I looked at him. He said nothing. I narrowed my eyes. Do not. I would never. You're thinking it. I am thinking many things. You're thinking this proves your botanical siege theory. It would be improper to gloat during a crisis. I pointed at him. Stay here. Is that an order? It's a preservation measure. His eyes warmed. Go save the roses, Miss Bennett. I hated how much I still loved when he called me that. Not because it sounded formal. Because now, it sounded like ours. I made it halfway to the ballroom before Leah intercepted me with a look on her face I did not trust. What? She was trying not to smile. That was never good. Before the rose emergency, Mr. Romano asked me to give you this. She handed me an old brass key. Not a new key card. Not a modern access fob. A real key. Heavy. Polished. Familiar. My breath caught. Room 602. The Prince and Chambermaid Story. The ridiculous elevator tale my grandfather used to tell me when I was little. The chambermaid who stole the prince's cufflinks, sold them, and bought the hotel. I turned slowly. Xander stood beneath the chandelier, watching me. The lobby moved around him, but he was still. Waiting. My heart began to pound. I walked back to him with the key in my hand. What is this? His gaze dropped to the key, then returned to my face. A room. I know what a key is. Do you? I glared at him because it kept me from shaking. Do not be mysterious in my lobby. Our lobby? Xander. His expression softened. Just a little. Enough to undo me. I restored 602 privately. My fingers closed around the key. Why? Because your grandfather told you a story about that room. I blinked. Once. Twice. You remembered that? I remember everything you say about this hotel. Oh, that was not fair. That was not fair at all. The air changed around us, warm and gold beneath the chandelier. Guests moved past. Staff whispered. Somewhere in the ballroom, the rose crisis continued without me. Xander stepped closer. Not too close. Never too close unless I chose the last step. Room 602 is yours, he said. Not the hotel's. Not mine. Yours. I looked down at the key. What do you mean? I mean when this building becomes too loud, when grief comes back, when work eats too much of you, when you need somewhere that belongs to Rue and not the director of the Bennett Grand, the room is there. My throat tightened until speaking hurt. You gave me a room in my own hotel? I gave you a door that only opens for you. My eyes burned. Xander, it is not a cage, he said quietly. It is an exit. That was what broke me. Not loudly, not dramatically, just enough for one tear to fall before I could stop it. Xander lifted his hand, then waited. I stepped into his touch. His thumb brushed the tear from my cheek. You are impossible, I whispered. Yes, and dramatic. This hotel encourages it. And arrogant. Less than before. That is debatable. His mouth curved again. I looked at the key in my palm. Then at the man who had once bought my family's hotel and thought owning it meant understanding it. He understood now. Not perfectly, not effortlessly, but every day. He earned it every day. Just like he earned me. I love you, I said. The words had lived between us for months in touch. Choices, contracts rewritten, doors left open, late-night coffee, and the quiet way he stood beside me without stepping in front of me. But saying them in the lobby beneath my grandfather's chandelier felt different. Final. Free. Xander went still. Not cold this time. Moved. Deeply enough that the mask almost failed. Then he took my hand, the one holding the key, and lifted it to his mouth. His kiss landed against my knuckles, slow and reverent. I love you too, Rue Bennett. My name in his voice no longer sounded like a document signed. It sounded like home. Behind us, Mrs. Alvarez burst into tears. Leah made a strangled sound. Tom muttered, "Finally." As if we had personally inconvenienced him by taking this long. I laughed through my tears. Xander looked mildly pained. "We have an audience." "This is a hotel," I said. "We always have an audience." "Unfortunate. Efficient romance sells." He stared at me. Then he laughed. Actually laughed. Soft. Low. Beautiful enough to make every person in the lobby pretend not to stare and fail miserably. And beneath the chandelier that had refused to fall, inside the hotel that had refused to die, I stood with the man who had once tried to buy everything, and somehow became the one person who understood why some things could only be earned. The Bennett Grand had chosen me first. Xander chose me every day after. And this time I did not have to fight to keep what I loved. I only had to reach for the key. #epilogue #. The hotel that chose her #, Rue Bennett. 1 year later, the Bennett Grand was booked so far in advance that Leah had started threatening guests with bodily harm if they called, asking for, quote, "just one small exception." That was how I knew we had survived. Not because the marble gleamed, not because every room was filled, not because the city magazines had called us the most romantic, historic hotel in the country 3 times in 6 months, which Leah had printed, framed, and placed behind the front desk like a holy document. We had survived because the hotel sounded alive again. Laughter in the lobby, rolling luggage on polished floors, champagne glasses chiming in the ballroom. Mrs. Alvarez scolding new housekeeping staff like a general with linen carts. Tom arguing with the brass elevator as if it were a difficult but beloved relative. And Xander Romano, billionaire hotel owner, Mafia king, terrifying businessman, standing beneath the chandelier with a clipboard in his hand and the irritated expression of a man who had been forced to approve floral arrangements. "This is excessive," he said. I stood beside him, arms folded, smiling at the 37 white rose arrangements being carried into the lobby. It's a wedding. It's a botanical siege. It's romance. It's poor crowd control. I turned my head and looked at him. He looked devastating, as usual. Black suit, white shirt, no tie. That calm, dangerous face that still made contractors speak more politely, bankers return calls faster, and city officials suddenly remember documents they had been ignoring for weeks. But I knew the secret now. Beneath the power and control and expensive stillness, Xander Romano had opinions about flowers. Strong opinions. Mostly wrong ones. "You own luxury hotels," I said. "I do. And romance sells. Efficient romance sells. This is vegetation with ambition." I laughed before I could stop myself. His eyes shifted to my mouth. Even after a year, that look still had power over me. Not because it stole anything. Because it asked. Xander had learned how to ask with silence, with distance. With a hand offered palm up instead of a command. With the space he left open for me to step into only when I chose. I loved him for that. More than I knew how to say most days. So I showed him in other ways. By stealing his coffee. By leaving historical preservation reports on his pillow. By kissing him in elevators, which he still claimed was reckless considering our history. And then proved how little he meant it by pressing the emergency stop button himself. And by trusting him with the hotel I had once thought no one else could love correctly. The front doors opened, and a pair of guests stepped in, looking up at the chandelier, with the breathless expression I had seen so many times now. First awe. Then warmth. Then that quiet little wonder people got when a place made them feel expected. The Bennett Grand had always been good at that. Now it was better. The West Wing stained glass threw color across the floor every afternoon. The ballroom floor had survived 200 events and one extremely aggressive tango competition. The grand staircase had become the most photographed staircase in the city. which I mentioned to Xander weekly because I was not above being petty in victory. His old renovation plan sat locked in a file cabinet in my office, not because I wanted to punish myself with it, because sometimes, when Xander got too arrogant about traffic flow, I opened it and reminded him he had once tried to remove the spine of the hotel. He hated that. I enjoyed it very much. "Miss Bennett?" I turned. A little girl stood near the front desk, holding her mother's hand and staring up at me with wide eyes. She had dark curls, a velvet dress, and the grave seriousness of someone carrying important business. "Yes?" Her mother smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry." She wanted to meet the lady who saved the hotel. The words moved through me softly. They still did that. Saved. Once, that word had felt like a weight. Now it felt like a hand at my back. I crouched until I was eye level with the girl. "What's your name?" "Clara." "Well, Clara, I didn't save it by myself." Her eyes flicked to Xander. He stood a few feet away, expression unreadable to most people and painfully soft to me. Clara whispered, "Is he the scary man?" Her mother went pale. I pressed my lips together, fighting for my life. Xander's eyebrow lifted. I leaned closer to Clara and whispered back, "Only when people try to remove historic staircases." Clara nodded solemnly, as if that made perfect sense. Xander looked at the ceiling. I nearly lost the battle not to laugh. Clara held out a small, folded paper. I drew the hotel. I took it carefully. It was all slanted lines, bright colors, too many windows, and one enormous chandelier that looked like a golden octopus. It was perfect. "This is beautiful," I said. "My daddy says old buildings are boring, but I told him this one isn't." "No," I said softly. "This one definitely isn't." She smiled, satisfied, then ran back to her mother. I stood there holding the drawing too tightly. Xander came closer. "Are you crying over architecture again?" "Maybe. Should I call someone?" "Yes. A doctor for your missing soul." His mouth curved, fully this time. Not almost. He smiled so rarely in public that the mother, near the front desk, looked startled, like she had witnessed a natural disaster become handsome. Xander saw me notice. "Do not start," he said. "I didn't say anything. You were about to. I was about to say you should smile more often. It frightens people differently. Useful, romantic, efficient." I shook my head and tucked Clara's drawing against my chest. A year ago, I would have hidden how much that little paper meant to me. I would have swallowed the emotion, turned it into work, and kept moving until exhaustion made me numb. Not anymore. I still worked too hard. I still loved this hotel with something fierce and stubborn. But I no longer confused devotion with self-erasure. My grandfather had been right. The hotel was not a cage. It was a place that taught me how to build beautiful things. And now I was building more. The Arthur Bennett Preservation Fund had already saved 3 historic buildings from demolition. A small theater on Grand Avenue, a library with stained glass reading rooms, an old train station that Xander insisted had, quote, "structural issues and no profitable use," then bought anyway after I gave him one look over dinner. He claimed it was a strategic acquisition. I claimed he had become sentimental. He claimed he would deny that in court. The wedding coordinator hurried past us with a headset, panic in her eyes. "Rue, we have a problem." I straightened immediately. "What kind?" "The groom's grandmother says the ballroom roses are too white." Xander looked at me. I looked at him. He said nothing. I narrowed my eyes. "Do not." "I would never." "You're thinking it." "I am thinking many things." "You're thinking this proves your botanical siege theory." "It would be improper to gloat during a crisis." I pointed at him. "Stay here." "Is that an order?" "It's a preservation measure." His eyes warmed. "Go save the roses, Miss Bennett." I hated how much I still loved when he called me that. Not because it sounded formal. Because now, It sounded like hours. I made it halfway to the ballroom before Leah intercepted me with a look on her face I did not trust. What? She was trying not to smile. That was never good. Before the Rose emergency, Mr. Romano asked me to give you this. She handed me an old brass key. Not a new key card, not a modern access fob. A real key. Heavy, polished, familiar. My breath caught. Room 602. The Prince and Chambermaid story. The ridiculous elevator tale my grandfather used to tell me when I was little. The chambermaid who stole the prince's cufflinks, sold them, and bought the hotel. I turned slowly. Xander stood beneath the chandelier, watching me. The lobby moved around him, but he was still. Waiting. My heart began to pound. I walked back to him with the key in my hand. What is this? His gaze dropped to the key, then returned to my face. A room. I know what a key is. Do you? I glared at him because it kept me from shaking. Do not be mysterious in my lobby. Our lobby. Xander, his expression softened. Just a little. Enough to undo me. I restored 602 privately. My fingers closed around the key. Why? Because your grandfather told you a story about that room. I blinked. Once. Twice. You remembered that? I remember everything you say about this hotel. Oh. That was not fair. That was not fair at all. The air changed around us, warm and gold beneath the chandelier. Guests moved past. Staff whispered. Somewhere in the ballroom, the Rose crisis continued without me. Xander stepped closer. Not too close. Never too close unless I chose the last step. Room 602 is yours, he said. Not the hotel's. Not mine. Yours. I looked down at the key. What do you mean? I mean, when this building becomes too loud, when grief comes back, when work eats too much of you, when you need somewhere that belongs to Rue and not the director of the Bennett Grand, the room is there. My throat tightened until speaking hurt. You gave me a room in my own hotel? I gave you a door that only opens for you. My eyes burned. Xander! It is not a cage, he said quietly. It is an exit. That was what broke me. Not loudly, not dramatically, just enough for one tear to fall before I could stop it. Xander lifted his hand, then waited. I stepped into his touch. His thumb brushed the tear from my cheek. You are impossible, I whispered. Yes, and dramatic. This hotel encourages it. And arrogant. Less than before. That is debatable. His mouth curved again. I looked at the key in my palm. Then at the man who had once bought my family's hotel and thought owning it meant understanding it. He understood now. Not perfectly, not effortlessly, but every day. He earned it every day, just like he earned me. I love you, I said. The words had lived between us for months in touch. Choices, contracts rewritten, doors left open, late-night coffee, and the quiet way he stood beside me without stepping in front of me. But saying them in the lobby beneath my grandfather's chandelier felt different. Final. Free. Xander went still. Not cold this time. Moved. Deeply enough that the mask almost failed. Then he took my hand, the one holding the key, and lifted it to his mouth. His kiss landed against my knuckles, slow and reverent. I love you too, Rue Bennett. My name in his voice no longer sounded like a document signed. It sounded like home. Behind us, Mrs. Alvarez burst into tears. Leah made a strangled sound. Tom muttered, finally. As if we had personally inconvenienced him by taking this long. I laughed through my tears. Xander looked mildly pained. We have an audience. This is a hotel, I said. We always have an audience. Unfortunate. Efficient romance sells. He stared at me. Then he laughed. Actually laughed. Soft. Low. Beautiful enough to make every person in the lobby pretend not to stare and fail miserably. And beneath the chandelier that had refused to fall, inside the hotel that had refused to die, I stood with the man who had once tried to buy everything and somehow became the one person who understood why some things could only be earned. The Bennett Grand had chosen me first. Xander chose me every day after. And this time I did not have to fight to keep what I loved. I only had to reach for the key. Thank you for listening to this Bayless audiobook. If Rue and Xander's story pulled you in, please help this video reach more romance listeners by giving it a like, leaving a comment, subscribing, and sharing it with someone who loves dark billionaire mafia romance. Every like tells YouTube this story is worth recommending. Every comment helps the video stay active. Every share helps the Bayless family grow and brings more long, emotional romance audiobooks to this channel. I would love to know what moment hit you hardest. Was it Rue fighting for the Bennett Grand, Xander protecting her, the elevator kiss, the betrayal in the renovation plans, or the grand reopening? This story is written and owned by Bayless. All rights reserved. Please do not copy, repost, re-upload, narrate, sell, or redistribute this story or any part of it without permission. I was used as a creative tool in the production process, including assistance with drafting, editing, visuals, or audio support. The story, characters, creative direction, and final publishing decisions belong to Bayless. Thank you for listening. Thank you for supporting the channel, and I'll see you in the next dark romance. Stay ruined, my ruthless romantics.